Meeting of August 20th, 2024 to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck.
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford.
Here.
Councilmember Patena.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session?
I'll motion. Second.
All right, I hear 1 and 2. Please vote. And it passes 7-0. We will go into executive session. Thank you.
would like to address an issue that is on the agenda, or if you would like to speak to the council regarding a non-agenda item, please complete a speaker request form, which can be found in the front lobby of the Peoria City Council chambers or in the tray to the left of the speaker's podium. Please place the completed speaker request form in the second tray to the left of the speaker's podium labeled Request to Speak. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown clock is easily visible on the left side of the wall behind the City Council dais. Only items listed on the agenda may be addressed by the Council. Since items presented as part of a speaker's request have not been listed on the agenda, and due to the requirements of open meeting laws, the Council will be unable to respond to items presented as part of the speaker's request. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time, in the order that the forms were received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Peoria City Council meeting.
Good evening and welcome to Peoria City Council meeting. I hereby call the meeting of August 20, 2024 to order. Those who are able, please stand for the invocation by Rabbi Shalom Liu of Chabad of the West Valley. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. Please join me in reflection. Master of the universe, eternal guardian, who neither slumbers nor sleeps, and all who are convened here to fulfill one of the 7 Noahide commandments, namely the commandment to govern by just laws, which are based on the recognition of you, God Almighty, as the sovereign ruler of all people and all nations. It is no secret that we live in divisive times. Thus, we ask you, O Lord, to teach us to honor the dignity of difference, recognizing that one who is not in our image is nonetheless in your image, never forgetting that the people who are not like us are still people like us. Bless us, indeed, with the wisdom and in recognition that we can disagree without ever becoming disagreeable, that we can battle ideas without battling each other, and that our minds can carry differences of opinions, but only if our hearts are united as one. It is also no secret that we live in difficult times of war. As we gather here today, evil continues to wage war against the very foundation of morality and goodness in our world. Therefore, bless us, O Lord, with ears to hear and discern, eyes to see, hearts to feel, and hands to do everything in our power to partner with you, our beloved God, and to support all of your forces of good in our world. Grant us humility and courage, strength and compassion, sensitivity and vision, grace and empathy, so that we may continuously bring honor to your name and your blessing to humankind. As we consider today the great responsibilities that we have for our fellow citizens in our great city, as we reflect on the sacred trust that we possess and the high hopes that we carry, let us also recognize that we do not bear this awesome burden alone. As King Solomon so poignantly teaches us in the book of Proverbs, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. May the integrity, kindness, wisdom, and good heart of this stalwart body of friends continue to shine forth for all to see and emulate as we commit today and every day to serve as your agents of goodness, your beacons of light, your bastions of hope, your ambassadors of healing to our broken world. Finally, to quote the great teacher Moses, may it be your will that the glory of your presence dwell in the work of our hands. Indeed, may it dwell in the work of our hands, the hands of our leaders and advisors, and in the work of the hands of all the citizens of our great city and of our great country. And when we promptly see the fulfillment of Isaiah's words and usher in an era of peace and redemption and prosperity, when they will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. May it happen speedily, and let us say, Amen.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one Thank you for that. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck,
Here?
Vice Mayor Edwards,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford,
Here.
Councilmember Finn. Here. Councilmember Patena.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. If anyone would like to address the council about a matter, please submit a speaker request form at this time, which can be found at the entrance of the room to the clerk. I would like to now recognize Peoria's presiding municipal judge, Judge John Tatz, and to lead the swearing-in of council youth liaisons. You guys ready for this?
Good evening, ladies. It is my honor, no pun intended, to get to administer the oath of office to each of you for this great achievement that you achieved. So, without further ado, if you'd please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties as a council youth liaison for the city of Peoria, Arizona, according to the best of my ability. So help me God. All right.
Now you get to take your seats. Congratulations. Next, I would like to recognize Deputy City Manager Mike Faust, who will provide a presentation overviewing and concepts of municipal complex. You're not Mike Faust.
No, sorry, Mayor.
I think we'll have Ed
I'm like,
introduce
wait a
himself.
minute.
I own that
Same
one, Mayor.
haircut. I'm just saying.
Good
You know,
evening, Mayor
I
and
get it.
Council.
I recognize that.
Yeah, my name is Ed Striffler. I'm the Architectural Services Manager, and my apologies for that. I wrote the CC, and Mike and Mr. Curran and I exchanged rock, paper, scissors to see who did the presentation, and we didn't update you. So tonight, this presentation will introduce you to some exciting new design concepts that have been developed for the area that we now call the front yard of the Peoria Municipal Complex. Just outside these council chambers to the east was where we originally had the campus cooling tower and fountain. You see little bits of it in this image. The campus cooling system was upgraded in 2009, and the cooling tower function was removed from that fountain structure and relocated elsewhere on our campus. Thereafter, we left the fountain to function just as that, as a decorative fountain, but water conservation practices caught up with us, and we curtailed the fountain function, leaving a water-stained eyesore and revealing some structural deterioration in the structure itself. So the fate of the fountain became clear, and in late 2023, we made the move of removing the fountain and filling the hole with structural fill to create a new canvas ready for the next phase of plaza development. To kick off the second phase of the project, the mayor and the council in a council workshop aided the staff in defining some design goals for the project. This was an important first step in envisioning the potential of the plaza. Some of those goals included enlivening the front yard to complement Centennial Plaza, what we call the rear yard of the campus, create a welcoming and engaging civic foreground to our municipal buildings, enable events, programmed activities, and enjoyment opportunities for our citizens, and mindfully use our 100% reclaimed water resource here on this campus for the turf, trees, and the plants. These were just a few of the goals that will guide the design moving forward. For the benefit of our newer council members and for those watching, the entirety of the municipal campus landscape was converted to reclaim water from our Butler Water Reclamation Facility 12 years ago now in 2012. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words, so I'll turn your attention to the image that's on the slide. In spring of 2024, the Arts and Culture Festival was held atop that new blank canvas that we created after the fountain was demolished, providing inspiration to both the council and to the staff as we began developing conceptual design options. On the screen in front of you and on your TV at home, you will see that we have two design concepts, creatively referred to as concept number 1 and concept number 2. You'll see these again in a video presentation in just a few seconds. In each of the two options, you'll see the illustration of tree shade, natural turf, gathering areas, an event stage, and iconic Peoria signage. These are just two initial concepts that we intend to right-size the turf areas, to work not only with our available project budget, but also with the shade cast by the buildings and the campus trees. We do have in our planning for the campus some conversion of some additional turf areas to ensure that we keep our net turf area in a healthy balance. Now, this is the stage of the project's development where the citizen feedback matters most. The citizens of Peoria are being invited to explore these two concepts in greater detail by way of the website link that we have in the upper right portion of the screen. That can be found at www.peoriaz.gov/front yard. And you'll see that link again at the end of the presentation. On this site, you can take your time viewing each concept, watching the video that you're about to see, and sharing your comments and preferences via a short voting style survey. And now, as they say, on with the show. I apologize, that went the wrong direction. So thank you, Mayor and Council. We're excited to see how the public responds to these creative options. One last time, and until September 30th, you can view these options at your leisure in greater detail, provide feedback, and indicate any preferences that you might have for the preferred solution at www.peoriaz.gov/front yard. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions at all? No? Good. I will point one thing out that we discussed was we're going through a turf reduction process throughout which we're going to talk about later, but we're going through a turf reduction. When we looked at these concept drawings, we did look at how we would actually do a trade-off from other turf in the city to actually make sure that we actually did a trade-off. So if we go with grass, we're actually going through that process. At this campus.
Using turf to offset any of those two options in and around the campus. So it would be.
Somebody thinks we have a lot of grass and that we're trading it off and taking it from someplace else.
Yes.
So, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Not Mike Faust. Next, I would like to recognize Assistant City Manager Rick Buss to introduce the Economic Impact Update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. To my right is Jim Rounds with Round Consulting. He's the president and CEO. And tonight represents just another step in us on a journey of evaluating an economic development opportunity and also proactively sharing with you and the public an update of where we are. So one of the things I wanted to emphasize tonight is, make sure I got this going the right way, is we are still very early in an evaluation process. And we have proactively, been very, very transparent with where we are in the process. We've posted a ton of stuff on our website. We've done webinars. We've got a video that's coming out tomorrow in response to a lot of questions the public has. What is an unintended consequence of that is that I believe we've created an impression that there's a decision imminent. That is not the case, Mayor and Council. There's not a decision imminent. We are early in the process. So that's why we put, what we've completed so far is a feasibility study, which we've posted online, including the 2,000 studies. Jim will talk a little bit about the Air Park Economic Impact Study that's been done. We had a memo that's posted on that. The final report is completed. We intended to post it earlier, but it will be posted tomorrow. And right now, we're in the middle of a site selection study. So if you look at the bullet items up there, one of the things is this, no council involvement in a working group. So we created a working group that's comprised of the FAA, Luke Air Force Base, City of Phoenix, a local Estancia residents, a pilot. And we've held these have been solely attended by staff. And the reason why is we wanted this to be really, truly conducted by third-party independent experts. And it's important that, I always say that Jim's company should be maybe retagged a data-driven public policy because we follow where the facts take us. We don't create a narrative and try to get the data to fit those facts. Here's what the data is, here's what the facts are, here's what it tells us, and it's our job to convey that to you. So tonight's presentation really focuses on the completed economic impact study. And a couple of repeats discussion points, and you've seen this before, but why is an air park? And again, it's a top council priority, and it's an opportunity that we are evaluating. The purpose of all the studies we're doing is to thoroughly evaluate the opportunity. And that's so that you as a council, at some point down the road, can make a decision because you're fully informed. Again, why do we have economic development? We've talked about this before. Residential revenue is not sufficient to meet the needs of a growing community. We are a growing community. We know we're going to grow. It's just a fact. It's just not enough. We want to not only maintain a level of services and amenities, we want to increase them. So in order to do that, you must have economic development. So as a council, you're faced with this decision. Do you drive economic development to raise that revenue to meet that demand, or do you, raise taxes, or decrease level service or amenities? And council's been very clear on where their position is. Go out and get economic development. So again, this is another economic development opportunity that we're evaluating. Gets a lot of fanfare because the reality is, it's a big deal and it's got a massive economic impact. So some of the air park finance questions we've gotten, and we want to make sure that we're very clear. One of the questions is, does this raise our tax rate? Absolutely not. And I'll say it again, it does not raise your tax rates. Property values, we hear this. Our property values can go down. Contrary, they're very likely to increase, and Jim will talk about this in a moment. We also talk about trade-offs. So we get the sense from the questions and the input we've gotten from the public is that, hey, if you do an air park, you can't do these other things. That is not true. So can you do a park? Can you do a hospital? Can you do a school if you do an air park? The answer is you can do them all. And the air park, and Jim's going to talk about this, potentially, with the economic driver, can help bring the revenues to fund all those other amenities and services. And another question is, how do you fund this? So there's two types of funding, I guess two avenues, and what I tried to do is simplify it. So you see on the screen says a NIPIAS route versus a non-NIPIAS route. NIPIAS stands for National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems. Took me a while to memorize that. So basically a NIPIAS route, if you think about it, it's publicly owned. City owns it, county owns it, state owns the airport. If you go down that road, and again, you still have to do all these studies, you get 95% reimbursed. So simple math, $100 million, you're spending $5 million. So it's a pretty good return on investment. So I think as I've talked to citizens and explained that this isn't a $100 million hit, it's a $5 million hit or whatever that number is, that's a pretty good business play, we think. The other is non-NIPIAS, and a non-NIPIAS is privately owned and run. In that case, private industry is paying all of it. So we just want to make clear there's a couple of routes on funding this that we're trying to explain in very simple terms how we go about this. So last slide I have before I turn over to Jim is a little historical context. So this is not something that's new. Back in 2000, the city looked at, did feasibility studies, actually did 2 of them. And the question is like, well, why don't we use those studies? Well, it's 2024. So we don't want to use 2000 data for 2024. Back then, there really wasn't any public involvement. It never made it to council for a vote to go forward or what have you. Times have significantly changed in 24 years. As recently as 2017, a corporate airport was planned as part of the Amazon HQ2 proposal. We've posted the promotional video on the website, as well as an article talking about this corporate air park in North Peoria. There was no public involvement as well. And to fast forward to 2023, where we are right now, we've done the feasibility study, we've done the economic impact study, we're in the midst of the site selection study, but we really, really have been proactive on trying to get as much information out to the public as we get them. Some questions that we get, we don't have the facts yet, but when we have them, we provide them and we post them on a website. So at the end of the presentation, I have a slide that walks through all of the information that we have put out there. So with that, I'd like to introduce Jim Rounds. I think Jim has done, he mentioned to me, over 500 economic impact studies. He does work, all across the state. He does national work. So he's very well experienced. And again, his style of being a data-driven policy analyst really bodes well for what we're trying to achieve here and get you the facts you need. So with Jim, I'll pass that on to you and let you take it away.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's good to see you. Pretty straightforward economic analysis, but economic analyses aren't just done in a vacuum. It depends on what's going on in a particular community. And right now, I like what I'm seeing in terms of the economic development focus. When people ask me what community should we be looking at in terms of business expansion, I bring up Peoria first in the Northwest Valley, and your competition is Pinal in the Southeast Valley. And there's a reason for that. It's because a lot of the stars have become aligned. Now you're doing very well, but you still have retail leakage, you have economic development leakage, which means you still have some pent-up demand for additional business development. Now that greatly impacts how quickly a business park and an air park would develop. It also impacts the extent that you can have medium versus higher wage businesses coming in. And what we're anticipating seeing for the city is a movement towards higher wage businesses coming in at a higher scale. You don't want to just grow, you want to grow well, because that extra revenue that comes in pays for all the other stuff that you would like. You have to have the economic development and the business activity in order to pay for parks, in order to try to get other things that the taxpayers and the residents would like to see. You have to generate the revenue before you pay for it. And that's what the plan has been so far. Now, we analyze the area, what Rick calls outside the fence, which is the business park portion, the 220 acres. And people asked, how do you get to such large numbers, economic impact numbers? And I'll go through that briefly. In fact, you'll probably understand economic multipliers more than 99% of the economic developers out there after this short presentation. First, the goal is to attract new businesses. We want to foster the higher wage jobs. Like I just mentioned, we focused on the area outside the air park, but keep in mind, nothing is done in isolation. when you have something like what you're looking at, what you're considering, if it's done well, and it has to be done well, it can't just be developed, you have to develop these types of projects properly, it ends up with benefits beyond just what a model will pick up. I'll show you the numbers from the spin-off businesses that are created because the businesses spend money in the community and that creates extra jobs. The employees spend money in the community and that creates more jobs, and then they spend money. But if it's done right, you develop you develop this upward spiral of economic development in these key areas. And since we're focusing on a lot of high tech in the region, I'm picturing that you're going to be luring not just the semiconductor activity, but you're going to be luring healthcare, high tech. There's going to be all sorts of neat opportunities that are going to be coming here because it's pro-economic development, but you're also interested in education. You're interested in how can we have the proper workforce, because if you don't have the right inputs, including infrastructure, it also doesn't work. I just talked about outside the fence. Let me go to the next one. So here's how an economy works. This is how every economy works. It's not, if you have an economy where everybody works at a McDonald's and everybody shops at McDonald's, that economy doesn't work. What you have to do is you have to have businesses that export their products, and it brings money into the area. Those businesses spend, like I mentioned, locally, and they spend outside the local area. So you have to make sure that there's opportunities for the suppliers and other businesses to locate locally so you can collect those tax revenues as well. And that's where, over time, you'll see those statistics related to some of the economic development leakage and the retail leakage improve. But as these people spend money, that's what circulates. That's what that multiplier effect is that people talk about, because that $1 bounces around the economy. But it only bounces around the economy for so long. Eventually that dollar leaves. If you want to buy a car that's not made here, that money's going outside, and we have to make something else here in the state, or you have to make something in a city. You have to have base sector industries. And what we saw with the air park and the business park is it's not going to be like, people were asking, well, what air park is it going to be most like? Well, we have the Scottsdale Air Park that developed over time that is very large, and it morphed into more of a retail and office park. You have some of the other smaller air parks that are primarily industrial. A couple of them are 80, 90% industrial, and not the higher wage industrial that you would normally want to see. We're seeing something, we'd like to see something in between. I think that's the best match for what's being, what the city's profile and what's being considered. And so again, you have to have the right timing. If you were trying to do this 15 years ago, it wouldn't work. It could be the best idea, but you have the right timing, you have to have the right policy support, and then you have to have the right way of thinking about things outside the box. You have to look for partners in certain cases. You have to look and do good business recruitment. You have to work with the economic development teams and everything else. And the reason that I'm talking about these other items is this airport project has not been, at least in working with staff, considered completely in isolation. It wasn't, we're going to put something on the moon. What would the impact be if there's nothing anywhere near? It's, here's the impact of the air park, and those are the numbers I'm going to show you in a minute, but there's some other stuff that you'll want to consider as well. Here's just, it's a rough chart, but my colleague found it and liked it, so I kept it in there. It basically shows how money flows. The important thing about this particular chart is it shows how everybody benefits when you have base sector job creation. So when the businesses, the base sector business that would locate at the air park outside the fence, there'll be some aviation related, there'll be some other industrial related. When they spend money, they're going to create demand for extra small businesses. They're going to create small businesses being more profitable than they otherwise would. They're going to create demand for people that work at dry cleaners. They're going to create demand for dentists. They're going to create demand for pretty much every different type of industry you can think of. And so one thing that people forget when we're talking about economic development is when you focus on the core elements, the base sector businesses with these types of projects, you're helping everybody. You're giving everybody a leg up. It's not just focused on those individuals. It's the core that builds the community. Now, we ended up, this was probably the most complicated analysis that we've done because there were so many different potential scenarios because it's still being planned. Like Rick said, the concepts are there, but a lot of things are still being vetted. So we basically did 12 analyses for you at different timeframes for build out, different levels of income. And we looked at other airports, we looked at other studies. We've done enough on our own where we have our own database on looking at, if something's reasonable or not. You can pretty much tell after you've done enough of these if a number is in the ballpark that it should be or not. And we felt very good about our numbers. And what we call baseline, that's our conservative number. Now, we're talking about almost 8,000 jobs. That's the number that's been discussed. About half of those are related to the air park area, and about half of those are related to the extra demand within the community that'll be picked up. Now, people will ask, how do you know which ones are going to stay in the community and which ones are going to leave? You can look at traffic patterns. There's all sorts of data that you look at when you do this kind of modeling. Where the modeling often fails, though, is in communities like Peoria, because economic multipliers, when they take a look at a community and they say, here's the economic profile, based on that profile in the last 10 years, here's all the other industries that would tend to support it. That's how the multipliers are put together. When you're hitting these communities that are going into these inflection points that are starting to curve up in terms of higher wage jobs, more jobs locally, all the big businesses that located here, you have to make some adjustments. And what became very clear is when we did the big chip plant, we had to do an analysis because we were working with the state on some tax incentives to help locate them here. And the indirect jobs, the supplier jobs that the multipliers were picking up were less than what the businesses were actually bringing. So you know that it's one of those arguments where the performance is going to be greater than a lot of the modeling is going to show. But we wanted to focus on the baseline number because it's the most conservative. At this point, you don't want to be throwing out numbers that people will think are ridiculous. The $1 billion is a large number. That's the equivalent of a Super Bowl here every year. I've done so many analyses. People don't remember the numbers, but they'll remember statements like that. But that isn't even the optimal situation. I think it's going to be much more. Now, there's two things that these numbers exclude, that $1 billion excludes. You have the extra benefits of the community as a whole being able to develop more of these businesses because you have these individual catalysts. So again, these aren't done in isolation. You're going to have supply chains that are located. You're going to be working on infrastructure for these projects that's going to help supplement other projects coming in, which is going to make it very affordable to be recruiting additional high-wage businesses, and that's just how it works. When you have solid economic development programming, it's not just about that one business. You tend to get another one, then another one, then another one, and you get these economies of scale, and you get significant economic benefits. And the fact that the billion includes the conservative scenario, so the actual number is probably going to be between 50% higher. When you factor in the both, it'll be at least 50% higher. It could even be double this value if the area grows as you would expect it to. But you got to make sure you have the workforce. You got to make sure you have the infrastructure. Public policy matters quite a bit. And I know this for a fact because after we had the Great Recession at the state level, we had to figure out what to do. And we worked with the legislature, Kirk Adams and Andy Tobin, and we designed a jobs package for the state. We redid our tax rates, we looked at regulatory reform, we created a bunch of new economic development programs, and if you take a look at the state's numbers for per capita personal income, it was a 3-decade decline. All of a sudden, it shot back up in 2012, which is when things were implemented. It's not as dramatic here because the city's already doing well. But the question is, if you're doing well, why do you need something else? Well, you could be doing better. And something to keep in mind is when you don't do something, if you're doing well, your competitors are going to then pass you. And so you tend to take a step back. So yes, the $1 billion is a large number. People that aren't familiar with economic impact analyses will say, well, that doesn't make sense. I'm telling you, that's a very, very conservative number for what we're seeing is going to be developed. And if we included these additional numbers that are going to be tied to a project like this, if it's properly designed and built, it would be a lot bigger, and you're going to have a lot of additional opportunities, which is going to give you the extra revenue to pay for a lot of the things that the public's going to demand. This is going to generate more revenue than it's going to cost. These projects are what pays for government. These projects don't take money away from the others, they pay for them. It allows you to keep competitive tax rates and fees. It allows you to provide better services to the public. You can choose A or B. I like to think there's opportunities for both. So it is a myth that when you do a project like this, it's taking away from something else. It's not. If you don't have base sector jobs, your economy is done. Now, that's true of the state, it's true of the Southwest, it's true of cities, it's true of counties. You have to have those types of businesses to pay for the other things. And I think I'll stop it there. Oh, let me just talk about ROI just very briefly. We work with conservatives and left-leaning folks at the Capitol because I'm a senior fellow at the Goldwater Institute, but I'm also the first one that the education community calls when they need presentations or advice on how their district should be reforming or things like that, because we provide fact-driven analyses and we're not biased in any way. No one political party completely captures what it is to do economic development. It really depends. But where we got through to people is looking at return on investment. I hear all the time, let's run government like a business. You can't run government like a business, but you can bring in business principles. Now, over the last 10 years, I'm about to hit the 10-year anniversary of starting my own company. I don't know, I've probably gone through 4 or 5 different iterations of computers for everybody. I didn't log those, I logged them in as an expense, but I didn't log that in as a revenue loss. That was something that was going to make us more productive over time. And that's just one small business. You're going to have to be making these types of investments that provide a positive ROI for the taxpayer. And so the way we evaluate projects at the state, city, county level is if you're spending $1, but within a certain amount of time, depending on the project, you bring in $2 or $3, that's an investment that a business would make. That's an investment that government should be making too after going through that exercise. And this will be part of that exercise as soon as staff start to fine-tune the project more. They have revenue examples. We may come back and do a little bit of refinement on those additional tangential revenues that are going to be coming in. And you'll be presented with an ROI at some point, and I guarantee it's going to be 3-to-1 to 4-to-1, somewhere in that range. And that,
I think we got one more there.
oh, you're,
Okay. So before we take some questions, I wanted to I went through and listed, all of the information that we've provided to date since we started this effort. So all of this is posted on the city websites. And as I said at the beginning here, the level of transparency that we have proactively endeavored in getting out publicly, again, I think has created this false impression that there's an imminent decision. And again, it is not the case. We want the public, and obviously the council, to continue to ask questions, understanding that there's some answers we don't have yet. One of the questions, I'll just throw out there is, questions on environmental. If you looked at the first slide, that environmental study is on the back side. You can't do an environmental study if you don't know where a proposed airport site would be, where the runway alignments are going to be, where the airspace is going to be. You can't do that. So it's part of a process. This is a long process. And so there's no imminent decision. We are in a fact-finding mission. So I think if I look up there, what is not up there, so we have an air park video update that's coming out tomorrow. which was a response to 60 respondents asking questions. So panel 4 of us answered those questions to the best of our abilities. We will post tonight's presentation on. We will post this deck on. So there's a couple more there, but there's roughly 18 different, add those to 18 different instances of posting this publicly. And we encourage the public to read through this and continue to ask questions. We're okay with that. And just be patient with us as we gather those facts. So with that, I think that's the last one.
Any questions from council? Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rounds, quick question for you. You talked, your last slide there, the summary, and you talked about ROI and $1 billion. I think you said a 3-to-1, 4-to-1. What type of timeline are we looking at that?
Mr. Mayor, council member, there's different scenarios for build out. We provided a 5, 10, and 15 year, and then we had different types of development within that. That's why we had to do 12. And so when you're looking at projects that are sizable, let me step back. If you're working on an economic development prospect and the state is providing incentives and they're asking you to put in infrastructure, we always advise that you want to have a positive return on your investment within about 5 years. If you're working on education-related projects or transportation-related projects, you go 10 or 15. This one is a larger scale project, and so I would like to see the positive ROI as soon as possible, but it's going to depend on the development pattern. But the goal would be within 5 to 10 years, and then after that, it's pure profit. And again, that doesn't include all of the other things that are going to happen with it. So the numbers could go way up.
And I know there's a lot of variation in that. So we're roughly, you're saying between 5 and 10 years of completion of this air park and the surrounding area, we'd be breaking even and then generating revenue going forward. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So yes, in that's what we would recommend as the goal. So when we're analyzing public policy, and we do that all the time, for a project like this, you don't have a positive ROI the first year. Right. You have to make investments. Right. We would recommend that you evaluate it based on the outside date would be around 10 years. Now in this case, it depends on how it's built. There's still, like Rick showed, there's still a lot that's up in the air. And so that's why, even though there's a lot that's up in the air, we still have a significant impact, and it's just going to grow from here. It's not going to go down. You're not going to see another number from us where it goes down. I think it could end up doubling, but a lot of it depends on the specific project. But also keep in mind, I had to do this on a tourism investment when the state swept all the tourism money from the Office of Tourism, and we were debating whether or not they have a 16-to-1 ROI or 8-to-1. Our argument at the Capitol was if it's 1-to-1, you didn't save any money. So restore the funding, and they restored their funding. As long as it's better than 1-to-1, you're in good shape. Projects like this that we've evaluated more fully because they were already better baked or more fully baked, they've been producing around that type of an ROI, and it meant that it paid for a lot of other amenities throughout the communities.
Just one final comment or ask, actually, Mr. Rounds. For future evaluations, can we look at what the projected costs would be to the taxpayers for the ongoing operation? I think we're ballpark around $150 million for the build of the airport, but what would be like the ongoing operation? So when you build in that ROI, at what point do the taxpayers basically break even? If that's a fair ask.
Yeah, so Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, that's actually a question that we answered in the video, and we actually had Mike answer this. But we don't know what the operating costs are until we finish the process, right? So, and then we don't know who's investing in it. So getting back to a non-NIPIAS solution, the answer is always going to be zero, because, it's zero. In a NIPIAS situation, it depends on what that air park ultimately looks like. So, that's a question we don't know, and that's why we do the studies, and we move further on. And now, again, I bring the environmental as another reason why I do the study. One of the questions is like, what about the noise? We can't evaluate the noise if you don't know where airport's going to be and what the flight pattern is going to be and so we just need to do the study so we can bring back that information. It's a great question. We don't have that answer yet.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilor Edwards.
Excuse me, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rounds, question for you. So earlier in your presentation, you had mentioned how an air park benefits the local schools. Can you elaborate on that for me?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor. You have property taxes that will go towards the schools. You have the sale of state trust land that indirectly goes to the schools because the interest is used on that. In some cases, we've seen communities develop special programs for special projects. I've been seeing that proposed for some large-scale solar projects. You could have something where you have some dedicated revenues going towards that. I don't know if that's going to be the plan or not, but that's also part of the potential discussion that I think it's worth having. There'll be enough revenue to maybe supplement something like that. And then maybe the biggest impact is going to be the lifting of the economic base in the city from these things moving forward, because it's not just the revenue from the air park, it's the business down the street that has more customers, and those properties are going to have higher value because the rents are going to be going up, but they're going to be earning a lot more revenue and then spending at another business. You're going to go through a whole wave of small and medium-sized business development, and they're going to be paying taxes. So there's a lot of different ways where it's going to benefit schools.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Rounds. So you do studies across the state and the country, is that correct?
Mayor, members of the council, we focus on Arizona. This is the area where we have worked in every corner of the state, pretty much every government organization, but we did an airport analysis on Long Island. We've done economic analyses related to criminal justice reform in Mississippi. There's probably 10 to 15 different states where we've done individual projects, but so much of the economics and the knowledge base is local. This is where we think we have the best impact.
Great, thank you. And just to follow up, how do you maintain like an unbiased or impartial process for your firm when doing these studies?
That's how you run a business successfully. If we were biased, we wouldn't be the go-to group in the Arizona legislature when some very complicated public policy items come up. We're the first ones that are called. We worked on tax cut projects. We've worked on education funding projects. And our analyses are taken very seriously because sometimes we're also difficult to work with, because if a project isn't good, we'll tell the client it isn't good. If a public policy idea down at the Capitol isn't good and we do the analysis, you're just not going to see it presented. But we still have done several of those. That's how you get return business.
Councilor Finn?
A couple of comments and a question. Appreciate the list. I appreciate the list of the things that have gone out with respect to this. Yeah, this slide here. And as I'm sitting here thinking about this, and I'm seeing where we're at in the process and the amount of work that's been done, we like to call this a slow burn in our organization. This is not. Everybody's kind of asking questions about, what about this and what about that? This is a really slow burn that we are in kind of I don't even want to say the middle because I might not even be doing that justice. There's a lot left, a lot of meat left on this bone before we get to a place where we can answer all of these specific questions. Is that a fair assessment?
Mayor, Councilmember Finn, it's a very fair assessment. A lot of questions that we hear from the public internally, we say, we're asking that ourselves, and we have asked those ourselves. So it's absolutely, it takes time.
Yeah.
It takes time.
Okay, and my question, one more statement, my question is, I go back to the very beginning of the, you don't have to go slide.
Okay.
You had mentioned trade-offs, and I had not really heard that as a concern. Are there no trade-offs whatsoever for a airport being built? Or, I guess that was kind of one of the first times I heard the trade-off piece.
So, Mayor and Councilmember Finn, I'll start and I'll let Jim jump in here. But as we look through the questions that came through, so the first time we had questions came through, it was about 95 questions that came through for the webinar, and then we got 60 for this latest video. And as we start to look through the questions, one of the themes that popped out is, it's like, well, why can't we do this instead of an air park? Why can't we do this instead of, right? So We'd like a hospital instead of an air park. We want a school instead of. We want a park instead of. And the reality is they're unrelated. So it is an and discussion, not an instead of. So air park is not going to take away from any of those other possibilities. On the contrary, it's actually going to add to the ability to deliver those because it delivers revenues. If it's done properly, as Jim says, I'll let him jump in here. If it's done properly and it generates the revenues that we expect it to generate, primarily outside the fence, that's where we can do all of this and actually do it at a higher level service and higher level of amenities because we're driving dollars to those projects. So Jim, I don't know if you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, agreed. One of the questions I think was, we need additional parks. Is this going to take away from that? But really, it's going to pay for it. And so that's where you got to talk about the economics. But I did want to make a point of, we've worked on a lot of projects even bigger than this, a lot bigger than this in some cases, smaller than this. This process is much more detailed. This list is not a normal list that we see. The outreach, the videos, the things that you're doing, that's not normal. I've seen billion-dollar decisions made at the Capitol in a half-an-hour meeting. I've seen counties and cities make decisions, not always good ones, by just having some discussions and going ahead and voting on it. You're putting in a lot of time on this. Now, I think in the end, it's going to benefit you'll benefit from that. It was a little bit frustrating for me at first because I was thinking, well, at what year should we be starting some of this development? And we had to, do all these extra analyses with different build-out periods because you're putting in a lot of thought. Now, I know this is a major project, and this is one of the first ones where you're really designing a lot of stuff internally, so you may think that this is normal. Some people are saying it's not enough. This is not normal. This is good policy. This is not what I see in other communities.
Councilor Dunn.
I have three questions. The first one, are there any federal or state agencies that have been identified for potential investment? And if so, what might that look like into the air park?
So, Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, that gets back to the NIPIAS versus non-NIPIAS. So, yes, to answer your question very directly, it's the primary funding source on a NIPIAS option is the FAA, and that's a 90% reimbursement. The other 5% comes from the Aeronautical Division of ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation. So that's where you have funding sources of 95%.
So we have identified and named those sources and those.
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct. But, here's a caveat. If we don't do all these studies, which is required by the FAA, you don't qualify for those reimbursements. So that's why we're doing all these studies.
The second one is the location. Is there more than one location identified, or is there just one location identified in this study?
Another great question, Mayor and Councilmember Dunn, is that's what the site selection study currently going on is all about, is to identify a recommended site. And if it's a recommended site that warrants further study, then we can start answering even more questions. So the site has not been decided yet. But if you look at the feasibility study, I think there's 5 or 6 sites that were looked at. 2 of them were in Peoria, and those 2 sites were off of Lake Pleasant Parkway in 74. So, this is what Kaufman Associates is doing, is they're evaluating the sites. There's a boatload of analysis inherent in that they have to go through. But, those are the likely general areas.
I'm just asking these questions because there's a lot of discussion going on. So
I've heard.
so I think it's good to ask the question so everybody can, have the information or look how to find it.
Absolutely.
Environmental studies, are those studies being done, and are we evaluating the environment? And if so, how are we doing that?
Yeah, the answer is yes and yes, but the studies haven't started yet because you need to do the site selection study before you do that. Because, for example, I think some of the questions like, what about Lake Pleasant wildlife, things like that. Well, if you're going to place an air park in the Lake Pleasant area, then yeah, you would do that. But if you're not going to, you're going to evaluate the areas around the general vicinity. You're also going to evaluate, part of that environmental is the noise, question, which again, what are your flight patterns? Where are you at? So this is something that has to happen sequentially. And so the next step is to have a recommended site for, the council to look at, and we can make that. So a long way of answering that yes, but those studies just haven't been done yet because we have to do the site selection first.
So it seems reasonable. We're taking a look at it all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilor Patena?
Thank you, Mayor. Rick, my question is a little aside from this presentation. Are you currently holding webinars for our citizens about the air park and the project? If so, how many have you had? How many do you plan to have? And then my further question is, are you finding compelling questions or concerns identified multiple times by some of the people that are watching these webinars?
So, Mayor and Councilmember Patena, we've held one webinar so far, and that's where we had 95 questions that came in, and that was, if I'm looking at the list up there.
June 27th.
Thank you, Mayor. And then we just yesterday shot a video in our studio here with answering another 60 of those questions. As far as repeatability of questions, yes, we're getting the same questions and over again. And so that's where we're trying to make sure that we are continually to re-message the same answers and the facts that we have. And I've put some of them up there, of course, does this raise our tax rate? The answer is no. But both the webinar, you can watch that webinar again. If you just go to Peoria AZ and go to the air park site, all of this information's on there. You can watch the video tomorrow as well as the webinar. Tonight's presentation will be on there as well. The May 7th presentation is already on there. So we're really trying to put as much information out there as possible to answer those questions. And, if we have a citizen that missed the answer, ask it again and we'll answer it again.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, this is always the fun one. Tonight we have one CFD for consideration as a council. As such, I hereby call the regular. Don't go anywhere, anybody. I call the regular meeting adjourned. I would now like to call the Vistancia Community Facilities District Board to order. Will the clerk please note the roll? We will now move on to the CFD consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine in nature and will be enacted in one motion unless a request for removal has been prior approval. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? So moved to approve the consent. Do I have a second? Second. Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. There being no further business, I hereby declare the CFD board meeting adjourned. I love this thing. I hereby call the regular meeting back to order. We will now move on to the regular meeting consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine in nature and will be enacted by one motion unless request for removal has been prior approval. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? First, second, sounds like over here. Please vote. So we have a first and a second. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Let me note that. All right. We will now move to the regular agenda to introduce new business. I now recognize City Manager Henry Darwin to introduce 22R.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first item on our regular agenda is a intergovernmental agreement with the City of Glendale regarding a traffic signal a new traffic signal that we've installed. We have Jeff Curran here. He's our new Development Engineering Director. Jeff, is this your first presentation before Council?
First one.
So we'll try to have them take it easy on you. He's going to present the intergovernmental agreement with the City of Glendale for a new traffic signal at 111th Avenue and Northern Avenue, along with the signage and pavement markings to improve traffic flow in this area. Please, Jeff, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, we have in front of you, we pulled this off of consent and put it to the regular session. This is an IGA for a new signal at 111th and Northern that's actually been activated. This was a passion project for Councilmember Dunn. We were happy to get this activated. It's the 143rd traffic signal in the city of Peoria, and this was brought online on July 24th. The intergovernmental agreement with Glendale is required because Glendale has some of the right-of-way around that intersection where we had to set our signal poles. They have actually already executed that IGA, so we're at the point now where that IGA is in front of you for approval. And as mentioned, that signal has been activated. I don't know if Councilmember Dunn has some additional thoughts. It's certainly improving traffic conditions at a very busy intersection.
So yes, thank you, and thank you for meeting with me today. Welcome to the City of Peoria. I really enjoyed our talk today, not only on this traffic signal that has been, I mean, I have, since I got on council, I had citizens come to me, you know, because Northern, especially after that street over by Country Meadows, we've had several deaths on Northern Avenue, and it's been a concern because the neighborhood, you know, goes in and out right there, right by the school. So to get this traffic signal, I drove through it last night. It was great. I mean, it was just like, it was fantastic. Worked great. I think it's a relief to the parents in the neighborhood. And I'm really grateful that we got this, you know, put in, because I do believe it will actually save lives. So thank you for the hard work.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And a lot of thanks to our traffic staff and our operations staff. They do a fantastic job. I mean, I'm sure you've had opportunities to drive around other jurisdictions in the Valley. I like to think our group does as well as anybody in the Valley, and our system, I think, works better than almost any of them. So thank you. And we recommend, obviously, approval of the IGA.
Council, do I have any questions? Comments? Good. Do I have a motion to approve 22R?
I'll make a motion to approve 22R.
Can I have a second? Second. Please vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move to the regular agenda to introduce City Manager 23R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, we have with us Jennifer Stein, our Economic Development Director, here to talk about a replat and subdivide for a portion of the Harkins Theater lot in P83 for future commercial development purposes. Jen.
Thank you, Manager Darwin, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Well, it's an honor to present on a replat case, and it's exciting to share some good news. But more importantly, this represents a successful outcome of our infill development strategy, which we have been working on diligently to identify throughout the city what vacant parcels are available, what maybe large parking fields are underutilized, that we could attract and recruit businesses and create high-quality jobs. So in this particular case and site, which is the Harkins at P83, the north side between Abuelos and Harkins, we have been working with Harkins Real Estate and bringing them various concepts and ideas and introductions to companies that would complement this area. And so we are talking about tonight bringing in the corporate headquarters for Aero Federal Credit Union, which was actually known former Honeywell Aerospace Federal Credit. They've been in business since 1957, and we are looking forward to welcoming 80 to 100 quality jobs. And this is, again, part of our economic development strategy. We've been focusing our efforts on finding these vacant parcels and determining the highest and best use. The operations for Aero will include accounting, customer service, executive management, and there also will be a branch integrated. But what's exciting tonight to talk about as well is the ancillary benefits that this project brings. We have been working with the CEO and their design team to increase their building to program space for smaller businesses for sublease and co-working opportunities. What we're seeing out there are a number of companies in the smaller to mid-size range that are seeking office product and inventory, and this will help satisfy. For example, we're working with an AI company and an accounting firm that are looking for these opportunities. So just to give you another concept look, it's about 24,000 square feet, 3 floors, high visibility to Loop 101. And this is another aerial view. And what this illustration shows, just the area enhancement. We look at these particular uses in infill to help increase economic vitality and vibrancy of the area. It will bring more foot traffic to the restaurants in the area. So it's a really good complement use, more attraction to the movies, the restaurants, the Peoria Sports Complex, other activities and amenities in the area. So with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Councilor Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations, Ms. Stein. That's a great win for economic development in that area. I just have one question. How's this going to impact parking? Because it is taking up some of that Harkins parking. Was that taken into consideration?
Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, yes, that is definitely taken into consideration. The parking, so Harkins owns a significant amount of property on the north and south. So they had this extra space available for redevelopment. And so the parking ratio works out well because of the daytime and nighttime traffic, given the use of the movie theater versus the restaurants and this particular use. So I might have to phone a friend, Chris Hawkins, if there's any additional, we can get you additional input. But
Do you need parking ratios?
okay.
Don't need parking ratios.
I
It
was going
sounds
to say,
like
I
it-
might have to
Like,
phone a
sit
friend
down. He
on
doesn't need-
parking.
no,
How about if
he's-
Chris gives you a
he's
thumbs
saying
up or a
he does
thumbs down
not
to
need
parking?
parking
Oh,
ratios.
okay.
I'm a numbers guy, but thanks,
But
Chris.
just in case there's any more parking-related questions.
I'm like, don't ask the parking guy the parking ratios. He's going to go.
Mayor, Council, good answers. Actually, we are working through site plan review right now on this project, and so a part of that evaluation is to ensure that we have adequate parking not only for the Harkins, but also for the news here. And to Jen's point, we're talking about 2 uses that pretty much have complementary times, whereas this is predominantly a daytime use. The theater, of course, is predominantly a nighttime use. So it works out in the parking realm.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Council, do I have a motion to approve 23R? Do I have a second? Second. Please vote. The lighting's telling us something there. And it passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So Mayor, if you don't, I'll go ahead and introduce items 24 and 25R, both related to the ALA K-12 charter school. We have this afternoon or this evening with us Deputy City Manager Mike Faust. He's going to present a development agreement with Mirage Charter LLC, the parent company of the American Leadership Academy, for development of a charter school and design, construction, dedication, and shared use of a special park and associated facilities. He's also going to include in his presentation a final plat associated with the development agreement. But I'll remind you that this will require 2 separate votes. So what we would like to do is have Mike get through his presentation to answer any questions, and then for council to consider 2 actions separately. Thank you, Mayor. Take it away.
Thank you, Manager Darwin. Mayor, Council, if it looks like I'm moving in, I have the next 3 presentations, so I'm making myself comfortable because it might take about 3 hours. So we're just going to get started. We are talking about impact fees later, so I apologize.
As dessert. Dessert.
Impact fees are your dessert, is what he was saying.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
American Leadership Academy. So I'm pleased to bring this in front of you tonight. We did a presentation several weeks ago, it may have been several months ago now, about American Leadership Academy. So I've taken some slides directly from that. So if you've seen that, some of it may be redundant, but we'll talk more specifically on the obligations of the development agreement that's being brought forth. But before we get into the development agreement, for those who aren't aware, or those looking for a reminder of American Leadership Academy, who they are and what they do. American Leadership Academy is one of the organizations that fit under the Charter One umbrella. So Charter One, as an education management group, oversees educational institutions in 3 jurisdictions, Arizona, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Across the nation, they have over 31 campuses, 20,000 students, and each academic year they're launching new schools. So these will be before the school year, and some of the new schools they've recently launched. For here in Arizona, ALA, American Leadership Academy, brings 17 campuses in Arizona and growing, and I can say that they just opened the Sierra Vista location just this last week. So these numbers have continued to grow. They provide high quality K through 12 education, and so some of their schools are K through 12, some of them are K through 6, but they have a heavy presence in the East Valley. There is a campus here in Surprise, and then the campus is now under construction. It is top-notch pre-K programs. The one thing that's really beneficial of this charter school, amongst other charter schools, is the fine arts program. So it's not just education, but it's a well-rounded curriculum and high school experience for youth. And they bring championship athletics. Some of their sport teams in the East Valley are some of the most competitive in the entire state. Just mission of their organization: in support of the family, provide the best educational experience to as many students as possible in a moral and wholesome environment, and their vision being to learn, lead, and change the world. Having worked with this group now for the better part of 6 months, I can tell you we see this living out even in their executive team and the quality of the development work they do. We meet once a month with their team. They're a top-notch development group to work with, and every bit of work we've done with them has been extremely positive. So on to the site side, just by way of orientation, you see El Mirage this image is rotated 90 degrees, so El Mirage is showing here on the top of the page. This would be Vistancia Boulevard flanking the left side of the image. Then you have the Safeway complex and the Vistancia Marketplace here in the corner. You have the American Leadership Academy depicted here, which will be entered by Westward Skies, which will be a new roadway being constructed on the north side of the property. And then you'll see the special use park, which is located to the east of the high school, so of the K through 12 site, located to the bottom side of the paper. I do want to highlight this is the administrative buildings. So there's an interior kind of floor plan for it. It includes multiple gymnasiums, the administrative staff. It includes various meeting rooms, cafeteria, and things of such. I do want to highlight that this is not a standard look and feel for their buildings. If you visit some of their other campuses, most of their buildings are tilt panel, 2-story construction, look very similar. Their construction for this site is very different. Some of it was driven by cost, but much of it is driven by the design standards in Vistancia. You see a very different look in the color schemes, in the material selections, and I think this fits that area very, very well. As a design team, they listened very closely to the Vistancia design group and brought forth a product that I think fits the community very, very well. A slightly different classroom structure than what they have at their other sites as well. And in this particular application, you have 7 classroom buildings. Each of those buildings are identical in footprint. They have 12 classrooms in each one with restrooms and offices associated with them. And then that same footprint is replicated 4 on the west side of the property for the middle school and high school age, and then 3 buildings on the north side of the property supporting the K through 6th grade. Special use park, so located directly east of the school campus is a special use park. Included in this park is a handful of amenities that we'll go through. So looking into and zooming in just a little bit, the total park includes about 4.5 acres of programmable turf. You have a competitive sized softball field. You have a full 90-foot base, I always get this wrong because I'm not a baseball guy, but 90-foot base paths. So you have a full size competitive baseball field. You have lighted multi-purpose fields. It'd be the far north to the right of the image you're seeing here. There are lighted sports courts included in the first package of construction, canopies, ramadas, there's bathrooms, and then I will highlight on the far left of the image, there's a blue rectangle there. That is a future planned pickleball court that is not in the initial construction, but we have asked them to plan for it and to do the civil construction now for vertical construction and improvements later. Just a summary of those items in the park amenity list: lighted multi-purpose field against sports courts, play systems, and the future expansion of the pickleball courts. By way of construction, if you've been out there lately, you'll see a lot of dirt being moved around in the space now. ALA has been granted a mass grading permits, so they are grading all 40-acre sites. So that means they're grading roughly the 25 acres for the school site, and they're grading the park at the exact same time. Tomorrow, they're actually picking up the building permits to start construction on the administration building. So they are committed to get to construction and open for the next academic school year. These dates here are specific to the park. So the school will go first. It is set to be opened by June, July of next year to support the next academic school year. The park will be timed slightly behind it. Baseball and softball having to be online by January of 26. The remainder of the park amenities will be constructed in phase 2 in the latter part of 2026. Construction will be by the developer and ALA in combination, the developer here being Vistancia, and the construction of this park is reimbursed through development impact fees. I will highlight that ALA is investing $900,000 into the overall park and the amenity package that goes along with it. In your council communication, you received the development agreement. It was a pretty straightforward agreement, but I will highlight the developer obligations, the city obligations inside of that. So inside of the agreement, the developer has agreed to construct a K-12 school on the property. They've agreed to participate in the development and dedication of a special use park per the city park standards. They committed to $900,000 towards that park construction, and they've also agreed to a cross-access easement within the parking lot. Now, the specific nature of that is we will enter, or the community will have access to the park anytime during park hours. So in the middle of the school day, community can use the park. But because the park is accessed through their parking lot, through a drive aisle, we needed to make sure that if we ever had a falling out between us and the school, that entry drive aisle is always protected. So the granting of the cross easement allows access to the park in perpetuity. And then in agreement, developer obligation, they've agreed to pay the mandatory development fees as described in Arizona statute. And that includes streets, the transportation impact fees, the water and wastewater impact fees are mandatory fees as described in state statute. The city's obligations in this deal were very, very simple. The city, we decided to waive all non-mandatory fees. So that includes plan review fees, permit fees, and inspection fees. And then we also agreed to provide park construction, design, and management support. And the goal there was to make sure that the end product of the park matched the overall look and feel of the city's park system. There is a provision inside of the development agreement that deals with a joint use agreement. Ultimately, we say the two parties will come together and negotiate a joint use agreement. And really what that says is ALA will get use of the softball and baseball fields for their programming. In exchange, the city will get use of the ALA gymnasium for activities. This is a great opportunity. We do not have a lot of indoor venues to offer to our Parks and Recs program in this part of the city, so this is a great opportunity. Inside of that, each party will be responsible for their normal wear and tear of maintenance. So wear and tear on the park is us, wear and tear on the gymnasium is them. If there's any damage that'll be done, we'll work out an amenable pathway. I do want to highlight that we have had conversations with ALA leadership about offering our before-school and after-school programs at this site, just like we do for the Peoria Unified School District, as well as had discussions with them about STEM programming. We know that the PUSD has done some great work with its microelectronics and robotics programs, and so we merged those two conversations together to try to bring forth meaningful programming in the STEM world for these particular students. With that, as Mr. Darwin had highlighted, there'll be two actions tonight. One action relative to the Economic Development Agreement, which is 24R, and a second action relative to the final plat of parcel D19 in the commercial core. We are recommending that council adopt both of those, and with that, I'm available for any questions.
Councilor Schaefer?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Faust, thank you for the presentation. I read through the developer agreement, and I just want to be crystal clear, mainly for the general public as well. Based upon the developer agreement, there's no taxpayer dollars going to the construction of this park. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Schaefer, there are no tax dollars in terms of general tax flow. The park is reimbursed through development impact fees.
Correct.
Right? So those do pass through the city, just to be fully transparent, they do pass through the city, but they are not tax dollars going to those parks. That is a correct statement.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Faust. And so I saw that all the amenities with the baseball, the basketball, and everything like that. That's great to see that we have access to the gymnasium. Do we have access to the football field as well, or is that a no?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, that will be part of our discussions in the joint use agreement. We've had those conversations, but we have not fully solidified that. Our working relationship with the school thus far leads me to believe we will find a successful resolution to get access to them.
Councilor Schaefer's worried about Thanksgiving morning.
Yes. Turkey football.
I knew exactly where he's going with
yes. No, Mayor's right. Turkey football on Thanksgiving. Mike, just a few more questions. I'm glad to see that we have parking. That's part of the developer agreement. I think that's a big win that the developer is fronting the $900,000, and correct me if I'm wrong. Once it's completed, oh, by the way, the standards of the park are the City of Peoria standards. So I went through the agreement and I saw that all the park amenities will be equivalent to or the standard of Peoria, the City of Peoria's parks. So that's a good win. So my question is, it's targeted to be completed December 2026. And so at that point, the developer turns over the park to the community or the city and then becomes a community asset and we maintain it going forward. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, we'll actually do that transaction 2 separate dedications. So ultimately, the path we're on right now is phase 1 will include the softball field, that parking lot between it, the baseball field, and the restrooms. Phase 1, when that's done, we've agreed that they can dedicate that to the city. When it's dedicated to the city, then we would incur the maintenance responsibility, but we also incur the ability to do the joint use with that. Then phase 2 will be constructed. And one of the reasons why phase 2, it will be constructed separately is we need a lay-down yard for the construction. So we got to have a place to put the equipment and those things. So we've agreed, look, that's reasonable. Finish the school, finish phase 1, and then finish out the construction of the park, which is currently estimated in the December time, late 2026. That's done, it's dedicated, then the city has maintenance responsibility for the whole thing.
Perfect. So just real quick in summary. So no taxpayer dollars are going to the construction of this park outside impact fees. It will be completed in 2 phases, and then at that point, it will be turned over to the city, and it becomes a community asset, and we'll maintain it going forward. Is that a safe summary?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, that is correct. And when we get into the impact fees in the next discussion, we'll talk more about park construction and things, but this fits into that realm. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, 2 questions. So according to the development agreement, how does that development agreement differ from what we currently do with PUSD and other charter schools?
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Edwards, excellent question. We have taken the stance that public schools are public schools, and whether that's a public unified school district or public charter school, we want to make sure we're fair and consistent across the board. So the actual language about mandatory fees and non-mandatory fees we took it straight from a PUSD agreement. It's not that I'm lazy, I'm inherently lazy, and so we just copied and pasted and put it in, and we seem that seems to be very fitting. That state statute dictates mandatory fees, so we treated ALA much like we treated Peoria Unified School District in that regard.
Okay. And the second question, can you confirm whether the turf is going to be irrigated through reclaimed or potable water?
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Edwards, we have a mandate that any parks of this size will be irrigated with reclaimed water from the first day that the parks open. So it will be irrigated with effluent from the Joe Max wastewater treatment plant. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilor Dunn?
So I'm struggling with this agreement because last administration, as you know, there was a redistricting that went on, and Peoria High School kind of fell into my district. And so I have a lot of verbal people as constituents and teachers that have spoke to me about this. So these are the couple of questions that keep coming up, and I'd like to just find out some answers. So we're not paying, Peoria is not paying any money for this park except for the ongoing maintenance. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, that is a correct statement.
Okay. And is this a faith-based school?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, it's a public school. I don't believe they have a specific, it's not like a Jesuit school, it's a public charter school.
Okay, yeah, because that's just what I've been hearing, so like I'm trying to sort it out for everybody, because I do vote for, you know, the people that voted me in, so that was kind of the sticking point. So for sure, it's not a faith-based school.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, it is a public charter school. I mean, at the end of the day, public charter schools, to the best
I'm
of
not saying
my-
it's wrong, I'm just,
Oh,
this are the questions they're
No.
asking.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Dunn, to be honest, it's a public charter school. I can't answer the question whether or not they have a faith-based orientation within their leadership team. At the end of the day, it's a public school.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I had.
I'm going to take a question. So, Ms. Angeli Wesson? You're not going anywhere, obviously, so.
I got to be here for the next one.
Thank you. I'm Angeli Wesson, Peoria resident, and at the same time in Willow District next door to Mesquite and Vistancia. I was really surprised about this arrangement with the American Leadership Academy because, like Councilwoman Dunn mentioned, a lot of my neighbors who are teachers and administrators were really surprised about this type of arrangement. I understand that there was no money involved in this agreement. However, the city waives all non-mandatory fees. How much was it that was waived for this to occur? Also, with this cross-access easement, good call if there is a falling out between us and being the city and the school. If, when it comes to this cross-access easement, in phase 1 and phase 2, is there further details that the school could possibly block the city's capacity to be able to use these items? Last but not least, I do have a question about how other schools within the city of Peoria are looking at being able to get better amenities for their schools. Is there a type of process being created for other schools within Peoria to be able to get these types of arrangements with either charter schools or businesses to be able to help create better amenities for the schools that we already have? Last but not least, it was mentioned that this was going to be done with impact fees, that this was going to be reimbursed with impact fees. If I understand correctly, the impact fees are going to be for the development of new businesses. Is that correct? Is that correct, what the impact fees?
I don't think I can address
Oh,
you
that's
directly.
Got it. So what I understand about the impact fees is that this is not going to be done for residents, it's going to be done for new businesses. The problem is, if we are going for the development of new businesses to be able to do these impact fees, if other cities don't have to pay them, why are they going to come to Peoria when it's going to be cheaper down the street to go to Surprise or go down to Glendale? They're not going to end up, new businesses are going to look at what is going to be cheaper for development. So if we're banking on the idea of, well, all this is going to be paid with impact fees, but the business is going to say, I've got a new place, I've got to make this business, I can make it cheaper in another city other than Peoria. We are shooting ourselves in the foot trying to think that impact fees can be able to reimburse it when other businesses can go elsewhere.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Or thank you for your questions.
Would you like me to answer some of those?
I'm going to take some of it first.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll fill in any holes.
So I would tell you as a council and a management team that if PUSD wanted to do a project like this, and we had the ability within land operations and purchase with a community like this, we would be more than happy to work with PUSD. That's one. Two is we work very closely and as a management team, we have been working with PUSD on future development, including looking at state land for a future high school in Vistancia. So that's something that we have been extremely proactive about. In fact, I actually had breakfast with Superintendent Summers yesterday and actually had that conversation with him. And our management team has not only done that, we've also opened the door with state land for future development around that. From a strategic level, we all know, if anybody that lives in that area or has students that actually go to Liberty High School or some of the elementary schools, that our school IMP in that area is overburdened. The only way to actually go down this path, to actually try to, one, underburden, or at least get back to normalcy for Liberty High School and the other schools that are up there, is to actually have a school. So in a lot of ways, this is actually a very healthy way for PUSD and our school system in total to be able to offset or have a calculus that actually eliminates the need for an immediate spend of money from the district up in that area. So that's a big factor, and any parent that goes to schools up there understands that. So that's something that you should consider or have a knowledge base that is what we're working on. The use of impact fees, I'm going to explain this because we're going to talk about impact fees anyway, so I'm just going to explain it right now, make it simple. If I'm building something, I drink a lot of water. Everybody in here knows this if you've been here for a while, right? I'm not using my gallon jug. I'm just using this. But if I'm building something, meaning it's coming up out of the ground, it does not matter if it's a home. It does not matter if it's a business. There is an impact fee that goes on to new construction. So that means that anybody that is moving into these areas, I'm going to give an example that we had a great conversation earlier, South Peoria, North Peoria. The reason that we went to, as a management team, and broke these into districts is because South Peoria, as we've talked about, and I'm assuming we'll talk about briefly in the next piece, we've broken up. South Peoria, we have both Acacia and Pine have been well built out. Water infrastructure, roads, things like that. So we're not going to spend the impact fee meaning impact fee on new construction, meaning a business or anything else like that. My personal business is in South Peoria. I never once looked at an impact fee. It did not concern me. And the reason why, it wasn't because it was more or less, it was because as I'm putting that 20% down on the overall price of the building, and I've spent tens of millions of dollars on buildings personally, anybody that wants to go see them, you're more than welcome to look at them. We've spent a lot of money. I never one time said, I'm not going to amortize the impact fee over the course of the life of this building. That's how we do business. That's any developer that builds a building looks at that. That's just the reality of it. So in home ownership, because we also put an impact fee on a house, if we're building in North Peoria, I'll ask a simple question, and it's a pretty obvious one. Should Southern Peoria citizens pay more or less when it comes to a impact fee on a house that's built in North Peoria? South Peoria citizens that have all of that infrastructure built out should pay less. It's already built out in that area. So if you're building a house in southern Peoria or a building in southern Peoria, all the infrastructure is there. They should not be overburdened with an impact fee for something that we have not built 10 years from now, 15 years from now, meaning they've got to build roads, water infrastructure, sewage up in that area. Public safety locations, new fire station. We're looking at 2, not just Fire Station 9. Fire Station 10 is right around the corner. These are things that we have put into progress. So the only way that works is an impact fee pays for that. So when we look at how the impact fees pay for that, that's a very overly simplified way of explaining it, but it does not matter unless it's coming up out of the ground. It does not put a fee on current homeowners. It does not put a fee on current businesses, meaning that if you want to build in that area, you're going to pay more because the infrastructure has to be built out. It is not fair or moral to put those fees onto a southern Peoria citizen that might have been here for 20 years, that they should actually be paying more for that. I hope that makes sense. It's very uncomplicated. That's a very simplistic way of putting it, but it's probably the best way that I could explain it to most people. So
Mr.
the
Mayor,
impact fee reimbursement, please.
If I could just add a couple of very specific details. If the council would like to know the very specific fees that were inside of that number that was waived, we'd be more than happy to package that number up and send it, number one. Number two, to answer the specific question around blocking cross-action easement, it would be enforceable by city code, and then essentially that can be enforced by code compliance or essentially PD, should they choose to do that. I don't think it would ever get there. In terms of arrangements around a park located next to a school, I had to phone a friend, I'm sorry. There are currently 7 schools in the PUSD school district that has parks located adjacent to them. And there are 3, all of which are planned within the next impact fee iteration, PUSD schools with adjacent parks located next to them.
Just a little louder, can you repeat that whole thing?
Just to make sure that's clear, there are
Yep.
currently 7 PUSD schools with adjacent parks as part of our park system, neighborhood parks located. This is a standard thing that has been done for a long period of time. I'm thinking of one at Fletcher Heights, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you've got a park located, you get adjacent, maybe I got the area wrong, but you got a park located next to a school. So when you think about it, 7 parks located next to schools, and there are 3 future expansions that look the exact same way as we go into the north portion of the city. It is wise of us, and we've taken advantage of putting neighborhood parks, special use parks adjacent to our school sites. So it is a consistent and common practice in which we've done.
Awesome, thank you. Do you have another question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So PUSD is basically in favor of this? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, what I would tell you is I think that having those conversations with certain people in PUSD, including the previous superintendent, they looked at this as a positive because they didn't have to focus their money on building a new high school up in Vistancia. At this moment, they were able to actually focus on other areas of the city. And I believe that was part of the bond discussion. I wasn't on the bond committee, but I think there's a few people that are nodding their heads. So that was part of it. Do public schools, meaning PUSD, the school district itself, look at charter schools as a positive? No, they want as many of those students as possible because it brings tax dollars in there. But the reality is this is the best thing and the best solution for the parents that are up in that area, and for the immediate time frame to be able to change the calculus of how fast they have to build a high school up in that area. Because clearly we've had how many bonds fail in the process up there to build a new school. So this is an important step for us to be able to have a different educational capability up in that area for parents.
So I do remember conversations in the past, even with Councilman Schaefer, that there is a school needed out there because of overcrowding. This is Councilman Schaefer's district. I do listen to my constituents, but I think with the information brought forward, I will be more inclined to vote yes on this now. But I do feel compelled to at least address everybody out there and let them know my thought process too, because I'm not just all the time just, I do listen, but I do have to also listen to the councilman, so.
It's important, thank you. Any other questions at all? Nope. All right, so with that, we're going to do two separate votes. The first vote, I would like to have a motion, or let me rephrase that. Do I have a motion? I got you. I'm making sure I'm doing this the right way. Do I have a motion on, to approve agenda item 24R?
Mayor, so moved to approve 24R.
Do I have a second on 24R? Second. Please vote. And it passes 7-0, thank you, on 24R. Do I have a motion to approve agenda item 25R?
Mayor, so moved to approve agenda item 25R.
Second again.
Thank you very much. Please vote. I'm just saying, this might be a record. That's a lot of 7-0s. You guys need to be careful. Try to bring some levity to the situation. Yeah. All right, next on the agenda, actually, I'm turning this over to you.
Absolutely. Mayor and council, we have agenda item 26R next. It's a public hearing on development impact fees. Since Mike Faust has taken up residence at the table, he is now going to present a proposal for an adjustment to the development impact fees to offset projects related to growth-related infrastructure, as we have been discussing. And this is going to be a public hearing only. There is no council action required tonight. Mike.
Mr. Darwin, Mayor, members of the council, I apologize at 8 o'clock at night. We are starting this conversation. The first time we did this meeting, because just to remind you, this is now the 5th time we've had this conversation. I promise that you only have this plus one more to go. I can't make that promise. You should only have 2 to go. You're almost done with the process. First time through, we did 103 slides in 62 minutes. If you recall, tonight we have only brought 27 slides, and we will do our best to move through at a reasonable time. Okay, we highlight this slide every time we come through because we just want to talk about the level of transparency that's gone into this process. This has been a painful process to go through. There's a reason why you only do it every 5 years is because the minute you finish it, you have to start it again because that's about how long it takes. This just runs you down the process we've gone through. We have done 3 separate stakeholder meetings. We have come before you as a draft study session. We've done the city council study session. We've done public hearing on land use and impact fees. Then we got back and adopted the land use and impact fees. Tonight is the public hearing for the fee ordinance. So just by way of separation, we talked about what's the growth of the city look like and what are the projects necessary to support that growth. Now we're going to talk tonight about the finances to make that happen. We're going to do our best to present it in a way that is meaningful to the group to try to drive home what these fees are and what they do. Public hearing tonight, come back on October 1st for the actual council vote on the topic. Should it be passed, then it would go into effect 75 days later or December the 15th. I just would like to build a little bit on what the mayor was saying about impact fees because they do confuse people and people wonder, well, when I sell my house, do I have to pay one? Impact fees are paid one time. So I bought a brand new home in Peoria, in Rock Springs. I paid impact fees in Zone 2 for that particular property. And they're charged to specifically offset the costs related to growth. They are designed to say, if I didn't build something there, there was no impact on the infrastructure, thus there was no need to collect money. The money is collected because I put an impact on the streets, I put an impact on law enforcement, on fire, on the parks. Thus, I'm paying for the future of those parks because somebody else has already paid for what exists. These are paid on new commercial and residential, and we'll talk through that as we look at the different fees. So there's a different fee schedule for commercial buildings and a different fee schedule for residential homes. Again, existing residents and businesses do not pay these fees. It goes to the adage of growth pays for growth. This is updated every 5 years or more often as needed. As long as I'm here, I will never vote to do this any more frequent than any 5 years. They are collected at the time of permit issuance and placed in separate accounts. So a great example, I said ALA is going to get their permits tomorrow. They're going to come in, they're going to pay their mandatory impact fees. That money is collected and placed into a holding account. And then at the right time, those fees are reimbursed to the individual who constructed the public infrastructure to offset the costs associated with that. And I use that term specifically, offset. Not one of the fees we will discuss tonight will generate enough revenue to pay for the entire list of projects. Let me just say that again, and we can get into that detail if you have more questions. There is not a single impact fee type in any of the things we will talk tonight that generates enough revenue to pay for the entire list of projects. So that means in some cases, the city's putting additional funds, and in many cases, the developers are putting up additional funds, right? So this is just one of the ways in which public infrastructure is financed. Before we go on to the specific fees, we get this question frequently is, well, when did these fees go into effect? And so you heard me say the fees would be effective on December 15th, should they get adopted on the October 1st session. But there's a grandfathering provision in there. And so ultimately on any residential area, it's based on when the final plat was approved and the first building permit was pulled. Then the 2-year clock starts. At that point of that clock expiring, then the new fees would apply. So again, remind you, it's final plat, first permit, then starts a 2-year clock. At the end of the 2 year, then the new fees would go into effect. For a non-residential, commercial, industrial, whatever that might be, it's 24 months from the approval of the site plan. Okay? Before we get into the fees, we have made a couple of changes to the impact fee, the infrastructure improvement plan that we presented and adopted last time. So we heard a lot in the stakeholder feedback. We've met with every single one of you individually to get your feedback on this. And ultimately, the team took all of that learning, and we're actually going to come back on October 1st and propose a minor amendment to the infrastructure improvement plan in many different areas. So one of the things, and this is just a summary of them, we'll highlight it more in the council communication that will come back on 10/1. But what we're proposed is on the water resources, the original IIP said that was 100% growth related. As we really dug into it more, we said it's more 75% growth related, 25% is water security. On the water, there were 2 projects that were listed as 100% growth. We did change those to a 50-50 growth and sustainability. These are the well sites up at LPP in the 303. There's also a well site project in the West Agua Fria site located around the Beardsley Canal. Those, when we looked at them, we said, you know, those are probably 50% growth and 50% water sustainability for the existing citizens. On the wastewater side, we did make a slight alteration to those citizens living south of Beardsley Road. So originally there was one zone called the East Zone for wastewater, and it assumed that all users in the East Zone, so this meant anybody east of the Agua Fria, regardless if you were at State Route 74 or all the way down at Northern, it assumed that you all used the same wastewater treatment infrastructure. As we carved into that little bit, we said anybody south of Beardsley Road should not have to pay for the expansion of the Beardsley wastewater treatment plant, because really their waste flow goes to the Butler facility located at Rio Vista, so they should not be contributing to that. So we really wanted to make sure that the costs associated with growth were being truly applied to the areas of growth. On the park side, we went back and reinvestigated the construction costs again, and we made a moderate adjustment down in what we thought the improvement per acre cost was. We went from $1 million per acre of improvement to $900,000. It was $1.080 million. We went down to $980,000. And then on the last side, the last transition we made was in transportation. We made 3 alterations. Alteration number 1 was we removed a road called Forest Pleasant Place, which would have extended off the eastern boundary of Lake Pleasant Heights and tie into the 303. It was a very expensive road. When we looked at it, we said, you know, it was highly unlikely to be constructed in the next 5 years, and so we said we could lighten the burden on the transportation impact fee by removing it. Second, the Vistancia Boulevard and Happy Valley realignment is in there at $14.4 million. Ultimately, we chose to use transportation. Sorry, I need a drink. We decided to use an alternate funding mechanism other than impact fees to pay for that. And really that was about, it was a high cost with zero capacity addition. And it was influencing the overall transportation fee high. And so we thought that it was a fair and reasonable. But I want to highlight both of these projects impacted were city projects. They weren't developer projects. They were city projects. And we felt compelled to make those changes because they were ones we were going to lead. And then lastly, within the calculation, there's a level of service algorithm that in the old study was 1.7. I'm sorry, when the original 2019 study was 1.5, we had proposed a 1.7. And as we worked through the math, we settled in on what we thought a 1.6 level of service seemed most appropriate. So those alterations will come before council as an amendment to the IIP on 10-1. So let's get into the fee side of things. This is an eye chart. It might be a little difficult for the people in the crowd to see, but council, you have been provided all of this information. And so the summary table, this is specific to single-family residential homes. And so the way the table is structured, moving left to right, is from the most mature part of the city to the least mature part of the city. And by that, I mean infrastructure-wise. So in the area south of Bell, Park Zone 0, Street South, on project, meaning it's serviced by SRP, you'll see in that fee, the fee in 2019 was $69.95, roughly $7,000. You see the team coming back with a recommendation now of a $1,000 increase, turns into 14%. But essentially you have some fees going down, some fees going up. But ultimately, this reflects the maturity of the infrastructure of the city. Now, remind you, impact fees cannot be used for maintenance or for rebuild of existing infrastructure. It's only net new. So by default, these older things, they're going to have maintenance dollars associated through other vehicles. As you work your way through the city, so south of Bell, but no longer on SRP, moving to CAP, it moves up slightly, and that's because you have a water resource fee that gets added, right? Water resource is about the acquisition of water. When you move again further north, you're talking still east of the Agua Fria, Zone 1, so you're really looking kind of that Bell, between Bell and Deer Valley Roads. You have two zones that occupy that space. You have a fee in this third column over of $1,000 increase per residential home. And then you see an uptick when we move over to this next column. That's predominantly driven because now you're north of Beardsley Road, and so you have a larger cost associated with wastewater expansion. So in the IIP, there is a wastewater expansion contemplated for Beardsley. So if you're moving in, you now have an impact on the wastewater capacity, thus that fee goes up. This same trend continues as we move to the less mature parts of the city, specifically when you cross the Agua Fria. When you cross the Agua Fria and you get west of that, so I'm talking Park Zone 3, Park Zone 4, you're talking the Western Water region, you have a more sizable increase in the cost of infrastructure. And that is specifically related to the lack of maturity, right? The amount of roads necessary in the space, the amount of water capacity needed in the space, and the amount of wastewater capacity needed in the space. And again, you've received a lot of detail inside of the council communication package on the individual fees. So tonight, I'm just going to be highlighting a lot of the summaries, but I'm more than happy to stop and answer any question inside of here. One of the big questions that we've got from each of you, and this was included in some of the content we provided as well, was how do we compare against other jurisdictions, right? So what you see on this particular slide are non-utilities only. So this does not include water resources, water, or wastewater. This is just comparing police, fire, parks, streets, and other. Some jurisdictions have an other category. And what you're going to see in this comparison is City of Peoria is in the upper quartile. for our less mature parts of the city. So when you look at Park Zone 4, Park Zone 3, you have this, where we are up higher. But when you look down at like Park Zone 0, the southern part of the city where we already have a heavy investment in infrastructure, you sit very low in the overall comparison, whether it was the 2019 fee or it is the proposed fee. Another thing I would highlight is what makes one city stand out in this comparison is different than what makes another city stand out. So transparently, the struggle we've had in our city has been this transportation impact fee. When we get into the utility and the water wastewater line, all cities are struggling with water and wastewater, and we'll touch on that in a couple of slides. But I'll just highlight a couple of things for you. So we as a city, and I'm like third column down in the green, you'll see there's a 10,349, 2 lines, and then a line of 7,417. That's our high transportation fee. That kind of makes us an outlier. But if you look up at the top, look at the parks fee for Gilbert, $9,300. That makes them an outlier because there's nuances with impacts fees for each and every jurisdiction. If I go down and look at Avondale, Avondale has, about middle of your page, they have a $2,000 police impact fee and a $2,100 fire fee. That's almost double what ours are. So each city has its own nuances and challenges depending on how mature they are, what level of development they are, what struggles they have. When we flip to the next slide, you'll notice Buckeye jumps on the map, right? And if you know anything about water tables and challenges with water acquisition and wastewater treatment, Buckeye will stand out because their struggles are different than ours. Now, one thing I will highlight is in the 2019 impact fee versus the 2024, there is the list of projects in the 2024 water wastewater project list for our city is significantly greater than what was in 2019. That's what's driving the fee in our city. And some might ask, well, why? Well, I would argue that the 2019 list didn't include everything it needed to include. I would argue that you've had the same demands and pressures on your utility system. I just see a heavier commitment and emphasis on water security and on wastewater treatment and the effluent flow and what to do with it. There's a heavy emphasis on it now, and we see that across the entire valley, right? In these comparative cities, we see where Peoria is high on the non-utility, driven by our roads. You see it normalizes in the water and wastewater because there's other folks who have the same challenges. And I have a kid who's going to school to be an engineer. I want her to be a civil engineer and focus on wastewater treatment because apparently that's where all the money's at because it's very expensive to construct.
Hey, Mike, sorry to interrupt. Mike, sorry to interrupt real quick. Where does Scottsdale sit on this list? Because I'm thinking of North Scottsdale. You talked about development challenges up north in regards to streets, and that's driving the cost. Yep. I'm trying to do a comparison. So like North Scottsdale, where's that on the list?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, each jurisdiction takes a different approach with their fees as well. And so again, where Scottsdale may have undeveloped areas in their north, they have a lot of developed city and a huge amount of economic play. And they've been able to take a lot of strategies with that as such. So they have taken a very different tact with impact fees. Now, one thing, and we'll touch on it later, and I hope someone would ask, where is Surprise inside of their transportation fees? Because they don't have them now. But we can talk through as we go through some of the comparisons, what the implications of those things are.
As one example, just to kind of answer part of the question, is their actual, if you look at their tax rate compared to our tax rate, it's significantly higher. And they're actually, so because that's been a couple of conversations at the different meetings we've had with them, they're taking direct taxes from everybody in the city. So meaning that if they're trying to utilize or build out some of the water infrastructure, although they're looking at EPCOR with some of the Rio Verde areas and stuff like that. If you look at the need that they have, a lot of the roads or road infrastructure is built out. But as they actually look at that, they're taking some of the tax base. So even Southern Peoria citizens are paying a higher tax rate to take care of this. That's not the approach that the city has taken.
So yeah, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that. Again, every jurisdiction slightly, because if you are serviced in the EPCOR area, so let's say you are going to build in the North Peoria Gateway and you're serviced by EPCOR, you will not pay these water wastewater fees because you're not on our utility system. However, you are subject to the fee structures and the pay-ins of that particular utility system. So depending on the jurisdiction and the utility system, those things might evolve. Now, I will mind you, and there was some recent news about how jurisdictions are making decisions versus using tax dollars, how they're using bond dollars, or how they're using impact fees. There is implications of those decisions, right? Because if you use bond dollars to build items, you are strapping the entire city with those burdens and maybe not the consumers of those burdens. And those are important things to understand.
Can you point that out again, just so we understand? So utilizing a bond, just to kind of simplify that, utilizing a bond, everybody pays for that infrastructure up in that one area.
If you're good with
that's
it.
what we're trying not to do.
Yep.
Right?
I'll highlight that even more when we come to the parks, because there are some changes we've made in the approach 2019 to 2024 that adds to the implications, and they get masked in the increase of numbers because people see numbers go up and they get nauseous. And so with that, we can talk through some of the implications of that. This next one is just a sum total. This looks at how the city ranks in terms of the comparative jurisdictions, knowing that every jurisdiction has its own set of challenges. But this is non-utility plus utility. So if you build a brand new home in these particular areas, this is how much gets strapped to that particular home in terms of impact fees. Now, before I leave this and go on to a retail conversation, I do just want to talk a moment about what this means in terms of development. Because at the end of the day, a developer in a residential community is not going to, there's no such thing as a nonprofit developer, right? So there's not some developer out there who says, I'm going to buy a bunch of land and I'm going to develop it and I'm not going to make any money. I mean, I'm going to do this out of the goodness of my heart. Ultimately, what their goal is to break even plus a reasonable profit, right? Break even on the cost plus a reasonable profit. If those fees don't get collected and passed through in reimbursement via impact fees, they simply tuck those costs in the cost of the land that they negotiate to the home builder. And so those costs flow. Now, it gets very dynamic, it's very complicated, and it has to do with timing and a lot of components. But at the end of the day, the cost that it takes to construct is getting passed on to the consumer who buys the first transaction. Sometimes it's through an impact fee if you choose to take that approach. Sometimes it happens between two private entities, the developer and the home builder themselves.
It's very clear that we need to invest in WD-40 with all these doors.
I was thinking that. It is challenging to watch your eyes follow the noise. Before I get into the individual impact fees, one of the questions we heard very clearly is, hey, we hear the concerns about single-family residential, and that's a legitimate and real concern across the city. But we also have a goal and desire around economic development, and what are the implications of these impact fees on that? And again, the transportation stood out as a challenge for us. So what we have here is really just two areas compared, and we compared Park Zone 2 and Park Zone 3. So just the tables when we look, and I'll focus first on this table on my left, retail and commercial, 100,000 square foot building. You have the two comparative, so Park Zone 2, so just to kind of orientate you, this is going to be north of Happy Valley Road, east of the river. And then essentially on this Park Zone 3, it's going to essentially be the same thing, but west of the river. It's a good way to break it up in your mind. And essentially what it says is if I built a 100,000 square foot building in 2019, I would have paid about $1 million in impact fees, of which the majority is transportation fee. And that's how it was in 2019. You look at the exact same table this time around, on the 2024 max supportable, you see that number does go up. Number goes up to about $1.5 million. You see an increase in the wastewater line. You see the water line is actually less. You see the water resources is moderately different. The majority of the increase is in the streets. And then you have parks actually goes down, subtle alterations. And when we looked at this, as a team, we contemplated how could we bring forth a solution to mitigate the impacts and promote the type of economic development that council has talked about. And so what you see next to it is a proposed mixed use max supportable fee. And what this mixed use supportable fee is contemplated to do, it says essentially is if I do a retail project and I build just that retail store. So let's say I build, I don't want to pick a brand because that tells you where I shop. If I just build a retail shop by itself, I have to pay these transportation fees, right? And they're set on national standards and the calculations are somewhat scripted. But if I was to do a mixed use, and by us, we have defined mixed use, meaning any combination of land uses where at least 2 of 4 uses are used. So if you bring a retail play, retail commercial, office, if you bring residential, or if you bring hospitality, any combination of those 2, we can discount the transportation fee because you're going to one property to do more than one thing. So you have less of an impact on the transportation system because you're not just going to a single place, buying something, driving to the next place, buying something, driving. You can go to a singular place and do multiple things. So there is a legally defensible argument for this approach. We lifted it from another jurisdiction, fitted into ours, and you see it has a marked difference and positive implication on the overall fee, and that's why we propose that inside of this fee schedule. That if you're only doing this one stand-up, you would go after the max supportable. But most of the projects we're doing right now, and we're trying to promote within the city that where a fee of this comes sizable in dollar value, we're trying to promote mixed use. We want to put residential with the retail. We want to put retail and office together in the same place. And so that's why we proposed it. That this is just a look at a 100,000 square foot retail commercial application. And just by way of comparison, some people might go, what the heck does 100,000 feet look like? A normal neighborhood grocery store is about 55,000 square feet. So 100,000 is a pretty sizable location. A Costco is 120,000 square foot. Okay? We also did the exact same comparison for an industrial application. And so that's there for your looking evaluation. Okay, I'm going to move forward, just talk real high level of the individual fees. I think in the schedule we actually gave to you guys in preparation for this, it had a comparison of jurisdiction to jurisdiction as well, of what it takes to build out. But I just want to touch real quick on what happens with the overall fees and what we're looking at. The water resource fee, again, this is going up, but the predominant driver of this going up, again, is the Bartlett Dam project, a once-in-a-lifetime project. This is the buy-in for people on cap water, 75% growth, 25% existing users. On the water table, I really want to highlight the amount of red on this. That means the fees are going down. So what that says is if you're south of Belt Road, the predominant amount of water infrastructure is already constructed, so your fees will go down. In the middle of the city, you see there's some puts and takes. Some go up, some go down. And then you see west of the Agua Fria, you see a lot of this goes up. I do want to highlight something that gets overlooked all the time with water and wastewater. Vistancia as a community has built the majority of the infrastructure out there. And I think that's important to note, is that Vistancia as a community, whether through its CFD or through investment, has built the majority of the water and wastewater infrastructure in that community. So in that case, the fee structure now looks like it's going up a bunch, but a large part of that is those fees are going to pay for new developments that have never broke ground and had no investment into the current Jomax plant, as well as the investment of moving water from east of the freeway to west of the freeway.
They were trying to tell you something, but.
I can't tell, but there's something going on behind me.
How many slides, everybody starts waving. How many slides do you have left?
29. No, I have about 10. I'll pick up the pace.
No, do you have 29?
No, I have like.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, because I see people getting the same thing up here. I know we've been here since 7 a.m., some of us, so let's literally take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come right back.
Yeah, we're trying to get the temperature lower a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not as bad as it was this
Yeah,
morning.
no problem. Thank you.
bad. Because I think right now they were ready to tender their resignations on the first night.
They're like, we have homework to do still?
This is, they don't know what impact fees are, but they don't like them either, right? So, again, on this slide, I think this water line really tells the tale on the maturation of the city as we look at it. When we're looking at the older parts of the city, south of Belt Road, then north of Belt Road, west of the river, you can see where heavy investments have been made and no net new infrastructure or less infrastructure is necessary. But when you get west of the Agua Fria and you look at the cost of distributing water systems up into that space, it does get pretty significant. Same goes for wastewater treatment. Again, wastewater treatment expansion is a very costly thing. And I won't go through the whole list of projects in the IIP, but this includes reclaimed loops. It includes some initial investments in advanced water purification. It includes expansion to the Beardsley wastewater treatment plant and expansion to the Jomax treatment plant. And there is no expansion to the Butler plant because it's already at its full capacity. And as we look across the valley as a whole, this is probably one of the biggest challenges that all jurisdictions are having to problem solve is the wastewater capacity. So again, the maximum supportable fees are here. These are all broken down by the amount of water you use. The size of water meter you pull will dictate the amount of fee you pay. Police and fire, again, like all the other fees tonight, we are recommending the max supportable that the math handled. Police, really this fee is, as we look at other cities around the valley, we haven't built enough police stations to have enough square footage to allow the level of service to be higher. Let me just say that again, right? Because the calculation, the primary driver for level of service is square footage assigned to police officers. We have not built enough stations to support them, thus the fee is suppressed. So as we bring Joint Public Safety Building 8 online and we look at expansions on the Lake Pleasant substation, you'll see a change in this fee as it evolves into the 2029. But for now, this is the max supportable. And fire is very similar. I did get a question in the evaluations or in the one-on-one conversations. How is it that all of the fees went up in all these other tables, but they went down for the hotel and motel? And I don't want to belabor the point, but transparently want to say how those things happen. It's the standard for functional population, the national standard used for functional population and the calculation change. So that's what drove it down. It wasn't because of the cost we did, it's because there's a national standard. For transparency purposes, I'll be more than happy to provide this slide deck out because those tables of comparisons are in the back of the slide deck. Parks, I do want to spend a minute on this one because we did make a significant change from the 2019 to the 2024 approach to this, and I've touched on this before, but we are, again, recommending the maximum supportable fees for parks. But when you look at why is it going up so much, I'll just remind you that we spoke before. And transparently speaking, the previous 2019 study did a blend. It used impact fees for the ground, for the land, and impact fees for the civil improvements, everything under the ground. But it was using bond dollars to do the vertical construction. Remind you, neighborhood parks are designed to service community within a 3 to 5 mile radius. So if you're using bond dollars to pay for a park in northern part of the city, it's intended to serve only the 3 to 5 mile radius. And so ultimately, if you use bond dollars, that debt maintenance is done by all Peoria residents, not just those benefiting from the park. So we made a significant shift in the way the 2024 fee is suggested. We said the developers are responsible for constructing them contractually, and thus we are holding them to that, and we are allowing the impact fee reimbursement as contemplated in the development agreements, and that should be funded by the development, growth paying for growth, not partially growth paying for growth, partially through bond and debt maintenance.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question, kind of point something out here real quick, because I think if people are watching or they're watching the recording of this, this is probably, this is an extremely important fact that a lot of people don't necessarily think about. You might need Kevin for this, you might not need Kevin for this, but I think you have it. But from the bond use, who pays, if we go out for a bond for parks, who pays for the bond?
All Peorians.
I'm sorry, what?
All Peoria residents.
All Peoria citizens. So if we're building a park in North Peoria, all citizens end up paying for that bond. That is not appropriate for new building and new construction. That's the point. If we're going to morally drive this forward, we need to make sure that we're actually doing appropriate cost structures in different areas of the city where there is new development, and that is why impact fees are so high for these type of areas whenever new construction has to be done. Again, new construction out of the ground, and that's where the fee goes from, or comes from. So that is an important factor, so just everybody doesn't confuse those two pieces. It is a vast change from the 2019 study, and it's a vast change of how we're making sure that everybody in the city has an equality of how that money is being spent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just trying to think, nothing else on the parks that I can think. Oh, just transparently, again, an explanation of that is called out. We definitely need WD-40 on that deal. There is a slide in the back of the slide deck. We will make this slide deck available. It does have a full explanation in the 2019 fee structure and the 2024 and how we made those alterations, just to put everything on the table so everyone can transparently see the difference in approach. Okay? Transportation. We spent an insane amount of time on this before, but I do want to just highlight a couple things because this is an outlier for our jurisdiction. The approach that was taken from the 2019 to the 2024, we carry forward much of the same standard, but I do want to highlight one thing. And again, these fees are complicated, and one of the things we've tried to do in this whole thing is to transparently communicate to the stakeholder community, the development community, and the city council as to what's going on. One of the main drivers, I don't want to say main drivers, but a contributing factor to the increase in these fees is the fact that some of the costs associated with constructing the roads was intentionally left out of the fee construction in the 2019 fee study. Specifically, the groundwork and the drainage work was intentionally left. So the cut and fill, so essentially if you take the top off of a hill and you put it into a valley, that has a cost of removing the top and moving that dirt. That was intentionally removed from the cost basis. The drainage implications, which is very sizable when you get into the northern parts of the city, was intentionally left off of the cost to suppress that cost. Our strategy with bringing forth something for the council to consider has been, you need to know transparently what the costs are. If you choose to make a decision, you at least need to know what the basis of those costs are. So I just want to be very clear and extremely transparent that one of the contributing factors in this going up is an alteration in the approach from 2019 to 2024, which is we need to look at the numbers for the numbers and not for what we've made them to be. And we've been very consistent in that. I will just touch on, because you see these fees going up, you see us recommending the max supportable, again, for a single-family home, $6,300 in the 2019 for the central zone going to $7,400. You see $7,500 to $10,300 in the north. A lot of that is driven by the cost components I just talked about. But you see probably the most challenging portion of this, although the single-family homes has a component, really that retail commercial component has a pretty significant uptick, and that's driven by two factors. The cost factor that I talked about, I'll say three. The cost factor that I talked about, the amount of net new roads needed in some of these areas. But number three, the functional population and the changes in the national standards worked against us in this one, where that hotel motel fell because the functional population was down relative to the national standard. The national standard was 21.24 trip ends per, and none of that needs to make sense to you other than it was 21.24 and it's now 29.4. And so that is essentially a 25% increase in the calculation, and it flows through and you see it in this particular number. So I don't expect you to follow that math, but at the end of the day, it is a major contributing factor to that. Again, the supporting data behind what I just said is placed in the back of the deal. This is why we introduced this mixed use fee type. We believe the mixed-use fee type is consistent with the economic development type of growth that you've asked the city staff to go do, which is mixed-use projects, retails, office, residential, all in one play at one site. This assists in mitigating, and when you look at the fee, what happens when you apply this, then you could very easily see a lot of reductions or at least a mitigation of some of the implications on that. Okay? Lastly, one of the things you did ask us to provide as we met one-on-one is if we do retail build-out or industrial build-out, how do we compete against the other markets? How do we compare against our cities that are around us? And so you see what Avondale charges, Buckeye, Gilbert, and then you see both our Peoria max supportable and our mixed use max supportable. And so depending on the particular application, those ebb and flow. We are on the higher side, there are no two bits about it. On the industrial side, I don't see it making any real appreciable impact on what we do. I will tell you on the commercial and retail, I wouldn't be surprised if it does have some thought process goes into the development cost. But Jim Round said something on the Air Park presentation that stood out to me. The amount of leakage we have in our jurisdiction, the amount of people leaving our jurisdiction to spend money is enough of a reason for retail developers and commercial developers to build businesses in our city. And when we look at these costs, and especially with the application of the mixed use, we believe that's enough of a mitigation to not impact those people who want to build here, because the market demand is so strong that I think it can absorb these particular fees because the upside potential in the development is truly there. Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm available for any questions.
Councilman Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Faust, great presentation. Thanks for the residents and staff that stuck around till 9 o'clock at night on a Tuesday.
Bloody hell.
Mike, big thank you to you and the staff. I know this is very complex, and I know staff has put in a significant amount of hours, and I know that we've trended in a direction to come down a little bit since I think we talked a couple months ago. So that's great that we're going in the right direction. I will tell you this. I think I've told this to you multiple times, Mike. I'm not in favor of these increases. They're pretty significant. I've probably spent more hours on impact fees than I ever thought I would in my entire life. So here's my challenges, is when I look at the total impact fees, and remember, I'm only looking at the Mesquite District, right? I'm seeing for residential a 63.9% increase. And then standalone business is 68.3%. That will drive away businesses, especially the mom and pop shops. And my residents continue to ask for the special shops. They don't want the McDonald's, they don't want the chains, right? They want the standalone restaurants, and that, 68% increase in development or impact fees is going to push them to the other cities. You had a slide that had all the cities for commercial. Basically, I love Peoria, and I want to see us at the top of the list of every single, any list. I want to see us one or two, except when it comes to the cost of living and the cost of doing business. So I don't like to see the other West Valley cities are cheaper to do business, because that's going to push. And then the other one, industrial increase is only 16.3%. A majority of the development is going to take place in the north, in the Mesquite District, right? And so what we're doing here is we're penalizing residential development, and standalone business is 63 to 68% impact increase, but we're incentivizing industrial development at 16.3%. And that's not what the residents want. The residents want the communities, they want the neighborhoods, and they want the standalone restaurants and retail and everything, but we're penalizing or taxing those businesses and that type of development. And so, just some additional math that I've looked at, here's just a prime example. When I talk about that residential developers and commercial developers are not going to be coming to North Peoria, is the community I live in is 520 homes. The impact fee, if this was to pass, that would be $16 million to that developer to build those 520 homes. 520 times whatever the number was. $16 million is a lot. And the developer will pass that on to the buyers, the consumers, the residents, right? And so when a developer's thinking about building a community of 520 homes, and they have to pay $16 million in impact fees, they're going to go somewhere else. And so I really appreciate all the effort. Staff's putting in a ton of time. I know we're not voting tonight, but this is too significant of a tax that I can't go to my residents with. So thank you, Mike. Thank you for staff.
Let me just correct something. It is a fee, not a tax. It is on new construction. I speak to home builders, I speak to developers, both commercial and retail, pretty much on a daily basis, specifically for the North, as you know. And I have not had a single person, I've had people question from a home builder, well, we're gonna have to pass this fee on. The reality, though, is how much does it cost to build a road? How much does it cost to build water infrastructure? How much does it cost to take care of sewage? My question back, and I'm not asking you to answer this, I'm just as a generalized question, not just for you, but for everybody, would be, do we expect that cost to go across the city for a road in North Peoria that's going to be in Mesquite, clearly? Let's just take Saddleback as an example. Do you believe that the roads in Saddleback, and this is, again, general question for everybody, should be paid for by taxpayers in Acacia and Pine? Simple question. The answer is no. It's not moral, it's not ethical. I'm going to repeat that. It is not moral and it's not ethical to think that we should do that. So we're not, Mr. Round said something earlier that I love. We are not a business, but we can actually bring business principles into the city. And we should bring those business principles into the city, and we should run the city in certain areas like a business. In the aspect of making sure that we have fair and equitable cost structure across citizens, whether it's for parks or roads or water infrastructure and things like that, that is what we're all elected for, right? I mean, everybody has their own district, but we're all at the same time supposed to take care of the overall citizenry of 200,000 plus citizens. The moral and ethical aspect of this is how else do you expect that to get paid for? If we do a bond across, I'm not asking a question, ma'am, to you. I'm just giving a generalized question, so you'll have a moment to speak. As a generalized question, we should not add that fee on to other people in other areas of the city. This is on new construction, meaning it is a brand new item. If somebody wants to buy a home in North Peoria in that area, which is where I live as well, right? I'm not too far from you. That means that they have to add that fee onto that. They amortize that over the cost. That's just the way it works. That is the cost of doing business. But the other option is don't grow at all up there, which is not a option for any of us, right? We know the community knows that that's what we want to do. If somebody wants to build a retail facility, and I've talked to many, including today 3 times. I've never had a single one of these developers or business owners say, well, man, your impact fees are higher than Surprise. You know why? Because they want to be in Peoria. I talked to a restaurateur today that was looking at building a standalone business that is extremely a solid restaurant in Scottsdale. I'm not going to name the restaurant because I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, frankly. But it's a 18,000 square foot restaurant. And if that came to this area, they're not going to question that fee. Now, this is based on a 70,000 square foot building. So you have to take that into account. So if you take that into account, they're looking at a $300,000 fee. Well, if they're building a $25 million building and restaurant, which is what they built in Scottsdale, you're looking at a $300,000, let's call it a $500,000 fee. There's no question, it's not an issue. Anybody that's spending that kind of money to develop that is going to get their rate of return when they actually do that. And they were excited about it. They knew that this meeting was today, and they didn't say, oh man, you guys have impact fees, could you help me out? No, I mean, they want to be in Peoria. So we have to, I hope everybody understands that. It is not, I'm going to repeat the last thing, it is not moral and ethical the way that it was in 2019 that we put fees across other citizenry across the city to build out parks and roads in an area that is advancing and building more expensive homes. Realistically, I mean, a Laura Vita is $600,000 and up. Vistancia, $650,000, I'm not a realtor, there might be some realtors in here, $650,000, $700,000 and up for a new home. That's starting price up in that area. You're talking about a $30,000 fee. I mean, there's not a question about it, right? It's not stopping their home sales from that standpoint. So that's my take on it. Please.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, just a few things. I want to just be transparent in that in the calculations, it's not as if city staff prioritized industrial over commercial. I just want, just for the people in the crowd so everyone knows, the cost of a per unit basis is determined, and then it's multiplied by a national standard, and that flows through the land uses. So I just want to make sure that everyone transparently understands where the fee may look like it has gone up precipitously on retail and not as much on industrial. It's because very specifically, the example provided had less of an impact on the infrastructure. And so as such, you have less of a demand, less of an impact, less of a cost. If they had a massive 8-inch water meter, that's an $800,000 cost because they have a significant impact. So I think it's important that everyone transparently understands that it's not like city staff recommended, we want more of an impact on this type of land use. It is a fee is calculated on a base unit is applied, plus some logic inside of the calculations, and out spits a number. That's number one. Just a second thing I'd like to highlight is in the example you highlighted, so I live in the general same area you guys live in, right? So if I was to build my neighborhood in your same example of 524 homes in the neighborhood I live in, yes, the developer would pay $4.1 million in impact fees, but the cost for the average home sale price in the neighborhood, they would make $524 million. And so that cost of $4.1 million versus the $524 million, now granted, that's the sale price, not the cost and the component, I think it reconciles to some extent. So I did just want to make those couple of highlights and clarity.
Let me make a point on something that you just pointed out, and I know everybody's tired, so I apologize. They're like, oh, he's going to ask a question again, or he's going to say, it is not the city's job to dictate how much profit or loss somebody makes. Our job is to enhance the ability for them to go forward. So to your point, you want to see them be successful, which is, I think, the point you're trying to make. The city wants and needs them to be successful. We want all businesses to be successful. The reality, though, is there is a cost of doing business when it costs to building a home and building. It's all those other pieces have to go from that. My point would be, again, the way that, Mr. Faust pointed something out earlier that in the 2019 study, and now I can't read my handwriting because I wrote it so fast and I have penmanship this late at night, just so everybody understands, is that the cut and fill, meaning the cutting of the land, the actual drainage around that, were not calculated into the actual fee structure in that. Does everybody understand that? Meaning that we literally just kind of bypass that and set that to the side and say, we'll figure out how to take care of that later. Again, moral and ethical. That's not moral and it's not ethical. The reason being is because the previous thought process was, well, we'll just put it into a bond. Well, that means that Acacia and Pine are paying for the cut and fill of a road in Saddleback Heights. Just so we have a thought process. It means that a Acacia citizen is paying into that bond with their fees, and they're actually looking at how they're going to pay for drainage in Saddleback. And I love Saddleback. I love what it's going to become. It's going to be absolutely amazing. But the point is that the people that are buying in those areas, and those are more than likely going to be $800,000 plus up homes. We all know that. Probably $1 million plus what you're going. But the reality is that we should not put that fee on a citizen that is trying to build in southern Peoria or central Peoria or even Willow for that matter, because of how that's structured. And we need to think about that, and we need to think about how we're morally and ethically looking at these fees. So we're trying to do this the right way. I know that these guys have put a tremendous amount of time. The team has looked at this and thought about from that aspect of a citizenry, and it's important. I know we've had this discussion many times. So, Ms. Crawford.
Thank you. I have a question and a comment. I'll start with a comment. Just piggybacking on some of this discussion that I've had this type of question from my neighbors, and they have asked me and questioned me on this about, well, why do we have to pay for development in North Peoria or in areas in the northern end of our city? And so I am extremely happy to see that staff has taken these type of zones into consideration, because I can go back and have a very transparent answer for them. So thank you for that. My question is, I know going back in the time machine to, I think it was your first slide, with the timeline on this entire process. So it's mandated by state statute, correct? And how many stakeholder meetings are we required to hold? Are we required to hold stakeholder meetings? I guess my first question.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Crawford, none that I'm aware of. We have no requirement to do that.
No requirement. And how many were originally scheduled stakeholder meetings?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Crawford, we originally planned on one, had a backup plan for number 2. We went sideways, and so we did number 3. And then on top of that, every question that's ever been asked by any stakeholder has been consulted. And I didn't do this. Anna Hudson's in the back, and she deserves all the praise. Every question ever posed has been compiled into a singular list with every answer that's ever been delivered, and we've provided that list of questions and answers out to every stakeholder, so that way nobody could ever say what we were doing was not transparent.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Sure? Okay.
Please, no.
I want to double check. Mr. James Ashley. What, okay, sure, I apologize. So let me follow that one. So I will now open the public hearing of item 26R. I will, oh my goodness, really? I will now close the public hearing.
No, wait, we got.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Do I have any members of the public? Yes, Mr. James Ashley.
Thank you.
He's like, wait, I didn't speak yet.
Mr. Mayor, I will be brief, but not that brief.
All right.
Well, Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for the record. My name is James Ashley with the Home Builders Association of Central Arizona. I appreciate this opportunity. Our members represent the single-family construction industry, and all of the associated trades employ tens of thousands of workers throughout the state of Arizona and invest heavily right here in Peoria. So I wanted to start out by recognizing and thanking staff for the transparency through this process. This has been a very long process. It's an ongoing process. And in terms of the deliberative communication and the dialogue and just the responsiveness, that's something that we've definitely appreciated and recognized. And I think that's benefited and helped the process entirely. So we are in a different spot tonight when it comes to the fees than we were at the last hearing, based on some very thoughtful changes that were made, very methodical changes. Make no mistake, the fees are still very high and the increase is very high. However, in terms of the changes that were made, we do recognize and appreciate that there was some mitigation and moderation of the fees to continue to meet Peoria's growth, although to moderate the fees, and that is something that we do recognize and appreciate through the process. And I wanted to thank you very much for your time and the ability to speak tonight.
Thank you, and sorry for keeping you here so long.
That's all right, no problem. I had a minute and a half to go, so I gave you some more time.
That's okay. Miss Angeli Wesson.
Number 2 of 3. All right. I have to agree that the amount of work done for those spreadsheets, I'm very grateful that this is being recorded, and so that way I can be able to come back, especially with the pictures taken of all the tables. And at the same time, I'm looking at smart economic development. When there is this mitigation of, it almost feels like robbing Peter to pay Paul type of numbers, it automatically brings us like, well, then who is really paying for this growth? I understand that impact fees is meant to be for new construction, new development. But when I am seeing that the idea of an airport, an air park, is industrial, but they're only getting that 16%, But if I'm thinking about my neighbors that want to build a mom and pop shop, or they want to do that restaurant. They're not gonna do 18,000 square feet. They need a smaller space. But they wouldn't be able to afford it if there is that 60% plus increase. I want to have neighbors to come into the new area. I also know that teachers can't afford the space. Police officers, fire department. We're supposed to get more police officers and new stations because of square footage. Great. How are they going to be able to afford to live in the area? Making these types of impact fees without making some type of allotment for actual growth that doesn't impact residences and small businesses at this level, again, let's do it smartly. We can be able to look into possibly seeing other ways that we can do the industrial that has more possibilities of actually, I don't know, messing up our water, messing up those roads, going ahead and making it disgusting, gross, and noise pollution on top of everything else. They should be getting more impact fees. For us that will have to be living with it, we already live there. But for new neighbors, new small businesses, not like McDonald's, I'll go ahead and say that name, they need to have that help. So please help them. I'd like to have new neighbors and a neighborhood that is worth seeing this growth. Don't tax them, and again, I understand it's a fee, right? But it's the verbiage. It's not a tax, it's a fee. Let's not put the fee on them. Let's go ahead and see how much of more of these fees can be put on a disgusting airport or air park, anything that's industrial. Thank you.
No comment. All right, we will now close the public hearing. Seeing no additional action required, we will now move on to the next item. Next on the agenda is call to the public. As a reminder, each speaker will direct his or her comments to the members of governing body and not any individual members of other individuals present. Each speaker will refrain from personal attacks, foul or abusive language, and will maintain a civil and courteous manner and tone. Members of the audience will respect the rights of others and will not create noise and other disturbances that will disrupt or disturb the meeting. By state law, the council is not authorized to discuss or take action on any of these issues raised by public comment until a later meeting. With that, Mr. Jeff Orr, I think he left. Mr. Paul Smith.
Yeah, I'm still here.
I apologize, sir.
Hi. You know, I was listening to Mike here, and he was doing a lot of comparisons. Did you notice that with cities, comparing A to B, what Peoria is doing and other cities? And to me, comparison is a very important thing. We do it when we buy a car, when we buy a PC. And so then I was listening to Jim Rounds here, and he was providing a preliminary estimate of about $1 billion of economic development for businesses outside the air park, right? Now, has any study been done about any economic impact of businesses in a business park at the same location with no airport or any other catalyst? I don't see that. It's like a one-trick pony. All you do is have the air park or not. And just for an example, what happens if the FAA comes back and says, no, you can't do it? Are we going to abandon economic development there? No. So my question is, I would like to see if any other catalysts that can help build up that area other than an airport. And if anything is not being done at this time, then why not? That's it.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Mr. John Forsyth. Wanted to speak on democracy. Mrs. Evo Osuna. You're gonna have to lower that.
You knew.
Might as well had it lowered. She knows where it's at.
So all this discussion about economic development, the impact fees, morals and ethics, it threw a wrench in my whole comments. So I'm going to try to wing it without changing very much of it. I attended a UCAN meeting, that's the United Community Action meeting last Wednesday, which I've been attending since its inception in 2012. And was implemented by the police department at that time. Presently, UCAN is under the Neighborhood and Human Services, under the leadership of Director Chris Hallett and Deputy Director Kelly Kincaid. They have created a comprehensive program of resources that is stellar. Dozens of service nonprofit organizations participate in the goal of serving citizens who are in need. I have not seen anything like this before. It was amazing, and I have congratulated the team for their dedication in serving our citizens. With that said, I've become aware of and want to make you aware of community needs that are not being met by the city. The services available presently for seniors are primarily for seniors who can get to those sites, who can get to those resource centers, who can walk there and take care of their own business. There is also a need for affordable housing for seniors. All the housing that's been going on around here in Acacia District and Pine, they are not affordable housing projects. No one can afford those projects, living in those projects. So I want to tell you about a couple of stories that happened in the last couple of weeks. I met a neighbor, and I was giving him my condolences because his wife had died. And he said to me, I can't live here anymore. And then he sobbed, and I could hear the despair in his voice. I cannot move. I can't afford to go anywhere. This is our citizen of Peoria, a veteran, Vietnam veteran. That is unacceptable. And then I get a call from an 83-year-old woman who needed someone to pick up an application for her utility assistance. She lives 3 blocks away from the community center, calls the community center. They tell her, you need to come and pick up the form, fill it out, and bring it back. She calls me. I was just getting over COVID. I would have done it, but I couldn't. I was just done. Thank God for neighborhood services. This is not in their area of service, but they sent out a staff person to this woman's house, picked up the application, helped her fill it out, and took it back. And she is now on their radar. And I've met with Mr. Hallett and Ms. Kincaid, and they're going to be taking care of her. But you know, this woman, she's 83, she lives in an apartment, and she self-subsidizes her rent by cleaning the laundry room in her complex. We need to do better in taking care of our vulnerable. We need to figure out how we're going to serve them. The fire, police, neighborhood services, they need to come together and have a database to identify seniors, to identify the needs, and let's help our people. I went through the budget, and over the last 3 years, Human Services, the budget decreased from one year to the other. How can that be? We're in the business of serving people. We should be, I'm imploring you to look at the budget for Human Services, and we need to increase it. We need to identify the need, and we need to increase the funds for neighborhood services, Human Services, because that's us.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Angela Wesson.
Thank you all for your patience and hearing me out so many times tonight. And believe me, if I had a pull cord or if I could give you all like little USBs, like, don't hear me again until tomorrow, I would. And at the same time, is it just me or how many times did I hear economic multipliers? It was absolutely interesting hearing Jim Rounds about the different ways to make economic multipliers. And it was also fascinating to me that the very simple idea of opportunity cost didn't get mentioned once. The opportunity cost of $1 million being spent on these feasibility studies for this airport, I know could definitely help to make other parks in Peoria to look a little bit better. I have a funny feeling that that same time that was spent to make this new video premiere coming tomorrow, August 21st, would have been an amazing opportunity to be able to portray Peoria, not just for Amazon HQ in 2017, which part of me is like, woo, we missed that. We dodged that bullet like the Matrix, okay? Letting go of Amazon. But we definitely could have made a video into showing how amazing Peoria is overall and sent that to other businesses to make other developments. But that was an opportunity cost because we're trying to evaluate this air park. On July 30th, over 54.7% of voters ended up choosing a no airport candidate. And thank you. It was the most happy 5 minutes of my life replaying last week when all of you accepted newly elected Councilman Matt Bullock. But the opportunity cost here is how much we're spending for this visibility of an airport, air park, when the citizens are stating, we do not want this. I understand that we are a republic and that it is in your hands to be able to vote on this. I also would like to request that you come back to your constituents and ask them, do you even know about this air park? Because 2 weeks ago, when I was over in Banner, Del Webb, I spoke with a Peoria resident. He had no idea that Peoria was even looking into this. And that cost of maintenance, repair, that's going to be to every single Peoria resident. And that opportunity cost could go elsewhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. I now recognize City Manager Henry Darwin to give the mayor's report, or give the city manager's report.
I'll stick to my
I
report.
literally got here at 6:30 this morning, so I apologize.
I'll stick to my report. And so in lieu of a city manager's report, and I think it's very fitting, given the late hour, that we talk about a former council member and her dedication to the city of Peoria. But tonight we'd like to honor our former council member, Vicki Hunt, who passed away on July 25th. Councilmember Vicki Hunt served 2 separate terms in Peoria City Council from 2003 to 2010 and was reelected in 2014 to represent the Acacia District. She was born and raised in the Valley, West Valley that is, and was a champion of so many programs that make this city great today, with a special fondness for the arts, libraries, schools, and the city's history. She was also the driving force behind Peoria's first community garden and the Little Lending Libraries in historic downtown Peoria. Her services will be held this Thursday, the 22nd, at the Worship and Word Church located at 8715 West Grand Avenue at 2 p.m. I believe we have a short video to play. Is that true?
Nothing?
Okay, so we do have a short video. We will honor Councilmember Hunt again a week from today with the video. But in the interest of time, I think we should do the mayor's report. But it will give us an opportunity to honor her yet again. But I did want to make sure that regardless, that we're all aware of the services that will be held this Thursday.
We'll also put it on the edited version of this online and make sure that it's also on our social media account as well. Okay.
Mayor, with that, that's my report for the evening.
Thank you. Youth liaison report. Do you guys have you have a report already? Look at this. All right. Sarah?
So in the June meeting, we received presentations from local community-based organizations, including My Wish for My Community, Project Smile, Boys and Girls Club, and many more. And we plan to work with these organizations for the upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we recently had our Youth Advisory Board retreat in August, in which new and returning members formed board and committee goals for the upcoming year, as well as reviewed previous goals from last year. Additionally, we will be meeting with the Boards and Commissions Subcommittee on September 10th, and during that meeting, we'll be sharing the Youth Advisory Board's work plan and share last year's achievements along with this year's goals. And lastly, I would like to thank you, Mayor Beck, and all of City Council for allowing me this incredible opportunity to serve with you on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Mayor's report. So I'm going to kind of start on a couple different areas here. Is there a video for me? I just saw something pop up. Oh, check that out. There's already photos of that. That's pretty awesome. All right, so it's great to be back this evening. It is obviously it's been a very long night and a very exciting and but lots of information. I know it tires people out. Today we had an extremely exciting day here in the city of Peoria. Fellow council members and myself celebrated the ribbon cutting of the Peoria Public Safety Aviation Unit. Just as we had planned diligently for water future, we planned for the future of public safety across not only the city of Peoria, but also with assistance for the West Valley itself. As the city of Peoria's population is planned for increase of nearly 25% by 2030, as our city grows, our responsibility to protect citizens and residents grow with it. This is a very important tool that we received today, or we received this last week, that we put into action today, and our guys have been going through training in this process. It's very exciting to actually see this kind of fruition, and we had the state legislators here that actually paid for that helicopter out of the state budget. There were no tax dollars that actually went in. We did not have city tax dollars that went into paying for the $3.5 million for the helicopter itself, but we are paying for, obviously, the maintenance and personnel and fuel and training costs across that. But the state, because we had applied for a state grant last year, paid for the initial purchase of the helicopter that was fully outfitted. I want to thank Peoria Police and Fire Departments for their work on this, and every single day, our job, and I said it this morning, and I'm going to say it again, and I say it every single day of my life, our job as servants is to make sure that our employees are taken care of. It's like Bewitched. Any of us older and old enough to actually know what that is? That's funny. For us, it is the most important thing we could possibly do to make sure that our employees are taken care of so they can serve the citizens. We do not shovel dirt. We're not working at the water treatment plants. We're not the one putting out fires. We're not the ones taking care of our parks. Our job is to make sure that we take care of the citizens of Peoria through our employees. And when it comes to public safety, our job first and foremost, is the safety and well-being of its citizens, and we do that through public safety. There is no cost. I had a question today by a citizen that walked up and said, what is the return on investment? What's the ROI on this helicopter? What is the diminishing, I love this question because it honestly angered me. What is the diminishing investment that you would make to take care of making sure a police officer came home? And I'm like, there's nothing. It should be nothing for you because those are the people that are actually protecting you. Thank you for doing what you're doing, right? Our job is to make sure that we protect our fellow man and woman that works in fire or police so they can protect the citizens of this city. So I've had questions today, well, why are we doing a helicopter and not a drone program? We have a great drone program coming on. It's amazing. It's bigger than Glendale's. We have a real-time crime center coming on very quickly. Why did we get that? Because we wrote the same grant and got another $2.6 million of tax money from the state and not the city of Peoria. So both of those were paid for by the state budget. We also got a mobile command center. Why are we outfitting them and making sure that we're taking care of? Because our job is to take care of the safety and well-being of its citizens. I do not expect every single person to agree with that asset. It doesn't matter. Our job is to make sure that they come home. And if you don't like that, it is what it is. Our job is to make sure there is no investment that we would make, and you would have to put yourself in the situation I asked the gentleman today. What would you invest to make sure that your son or daughter came home? That's the only question. There's none. You would do whatever it took to do that, and we will do the same. So we spend $1 million a year of total cost between personnel, training, fuel, spare parts for this helicopter to do this. And I would do it again and again and again. And so should you. If you don't, you need to question yourself if you don't think that way. So this is a very important asset. It's awesome, and we hope to have it in full service here soon. In an effort to continue to lead the mindset on conservation, the Peoria Parks Department has recently developed and began an implementation of strategically removal plan for non-functional turf, meaning that we're taking out grass that is unused in specific areas. Why are we doing that? Because water is precious, and we're trying to make sure that we're actually not wasting our precious resource, and we're trying to make sure that we actually look, and we've done a significant study over the parks that we have, and we're reducing the turf that's actually, one, unused, and two, so we don't waste money and resources of water across the city. Every single acre of redundant turf extracted, our city, this is crazy. Every acre of redundant turf extracted, our city will be able to save nearly 1 million gallons of water. 1 acre equals 1 million gallons of water every single year. So think about that when we look at these different areas. So they are going to be rough for a little bit. I was told this, and I was told to share this. So expect that when they turn brown, because we're taking the turf out, there's going to be a little bit of lag time in that. But I promise you the city of Peoria is going to invest in these areas and make sure that they look beautiful at the end of it. Finally, in case you missed it, Amcor recently announced that it will be receiving up to $600 million in federal CHIPS Act funding. Peoria was excited to celebrate the announcement with an incredible partner. We've had, I can tell you from all city staff, Amcor has been fantastic to work with. I can also tell you from the Amcor side, as well as the state side, as well as ACA side, as well as Senator Mark Kelly's office, the raving reviews from the staff that you see presenting here all the time, Mike Faust and his team, city management, and so on and so forth, planning and zoning. Amcor absolutely loves working with the city of Peoria. They see their future in what's going on in Peoria, and this investment completely underscores this, both from a federal side and what the state is actually moving forward with. Peoria is driving the future development on creating jobs. To our residents, this goes a long way towards future priorities. Last but not least, I can understand two different things, and I'm going to point this out real quick. One is, I apologize, we're already past your 9 o'clock bedtime anyway, Mike. So I know. So I'm going to point out two things. One is impact fees versus bonds versus other tax dollars, things like that. I think everybody understands the moral and ethical aspect of how we're actually looking at this. It may not be perfect of how somebody looks at a fee from up north and says, well, I'm going to build a house that's going to cost exponentially more because of this, this, and this. It does not impact the people that currently live in those houses and already have a home. And I understand that. Again, I live in the north. I've got 6 sons. I have 2 of them that are trying to buy homes. And they're right now, as of right now, unless they win the lottery, because Dad's not paying for it, they're not going to live in Vistancia. That's just the reality. Not anytime soon. I'm sure that they'll earn their way to that as well. That's their goal. But the reality is that fee, we have to build, if we're going to build out those areas, those fees should not be burdened onto other citizens in developed areas that have already been developed. It's just not right. If you don't understand that, I don't know how to explain it to you any more than that. Our job is to try to have an equitable aspect of how this cost sharing goes across, and it's not having not having costs in roads that was done in 2019 and not shared with citizens, where we're having to pick up the reality of what those costs are and show everybody what that is. And these are the real costs. This is exactly what it costs to do this. So it's very important for you. I'm going to point out one other thing, and I wish that Arizona Public was still here, just because he had a good article here about the El Mirage race. And I would invite you to look at it. But the basic aspect is recognizing the city's anticipated growth, and the incoming council members would rather bring back El Mirage's impact fees before borrowing more money and to fund infrastructure improvements. Now, our job is not to borrow more bond money. Our job is not to go and say, hey, we want to do road bonds and everybody across the city should pay for it for an area that's actually the growth in infrastructure. And that's the reality of it. That's the way it is. I don't know how everybody's going to vote, and frankly, it doesn't matter to me. I think everybody should vote their own way. That's how it should be up here. Every single council member has a vote of how they feel. They are not diminished whether they vote one way or the other. It doesn't matter to me. Our lives are not going to be dictated based on one person's vote or another. We have to think about the overall citizenry of how our responsibility is to the cost to the citizen. And our job is not to borrow more money to build more roads for citizens that are in one area or another. Doesn't matter what part of the city, right? That's why we've set this up this way. When it comes to the airport, we've continued to say this, and I don't know how to get it through to people, and it is what it is. Our job is to drive vision. Our job is to bring big ideas and take them to ground and find solutions. You do not build a business by not investigating or looking at what you're going to actually create in the future. If you were going to go build a Lego business, that wouldn't be capable, but you guys get my point. If I'm going to go do that, I'm going to look into that business and see what my competitive advantage is. I'm going to do the research to do that. That is what we're doing. I think that's what Mr. Rounds and Mr. Buss were actually trying to point out today. We've continuously tried to say that, and everybody automatically tries to go down the path. I can't tell people something that's not there. Our job is to make sure that we make the best decision on this, from this dais, that every one of us is educated on the facts. That doesn't mean that one person coming up and speaking on the dais is more impactful than another person. Our job is to drive big ideas, find solutions for the overall city, and drive economic development for the future of the city. That's the reality of it. Not everybody has to agree with it. I'm okay with that. I don't need everybody to agree with me, and I don't think everybody else up here does. But the reality is that we have to continue to go down this path. If not, we will be left behind. That is the reality. So we will continue to drive big ideas. We will invest in the future of the city as far as how we're actually going to do studies like this, and hopefully it makes an impact. we are not just looking at one thing or another. We are looking at multiple areas of economic development, and we are constantly talking to people, not just in Arizona, not going across town and talking to somebody just in Scottsdale. We're talking to companies in Indiana. We're talking to people in Korea, in Taiwan, in Texas. Yes, we're trying to steal people from the state of Texas, right? There's companies that are looking at coming to Arizona for a reason, and it's because we have a very strong economic development culture. We have an incredible staff that word is getting out. Jen Stein will tell you the same thing. She's the biggest cheerleader for the city, and when she goes out and talks to developers, what's the number one thing she hears? Man, you guys, your culture is incredible when it comes to economic development, because that's the future. I don't hear businesses saying, man, your impact fees are too high. I can't build in Peoria. I've literally never heard a business say that. It's just not, it's not part of the conversation, folks. It's just not. So, 9:42, I win the over and under. Just kidding. I'm just, these guys all had times of what we were gonna, thank you for everybody's patience tonight. And we'll be around to ask any, or answer any questions if you need. So, thank you, and we're adjourned.